Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of TD6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of committee members. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
And I will see if other council members are joining us. No, Councillor Tang is here.
Good morning.
I know Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette. Okay. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Salvador. Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good. All right. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Knack, you want to do that?
Yes, I do. Here we are. I'll move the adoption of the agenda with the following changes. Items 6.6, and this is to be dealt with together. Item 6.6, city-owned research park buildings, and 7.1, Edmonton Research Park overview.
Thank you. Please, any questions on the adoption of the agenda? Just for the benefit of people who are registered to speak, just we want to let you know that item 6.6, city-owned research park building, and 7.1, Edmonton Research Park overview will be discussed together. So, because they're same item, so we will discuss them together. That's what it means. And we will come to that. Yeah. All right. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes.
I'll move the adoption of the minutes from the March 9th, 2022 Executive Committee meeting.
Any questions on the adoption of the minutes? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. I'll go to Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a protocol item today. It's actually Epilepsy Awareness Month. Purple Day is coming up right away as well. So March is National Epilepsy Month, and on March 26th, people around the world will honor Purple Day, a day to educate people about epilepsy and reduce the stigma around surrounding this condition. For those not familiar with epilepsy, it is a neurological disease of the central nervous system, specifically of the brain, and it is characterized by the tendency to have reoccurring seizures. It's estimated that approximately 50 million people worldwide have epilepsy, which translates to about 1% of the general population, or as my shirt shows, 1 in 100 people. Here at home, it nearly affects 23,000 in Edmonton and Northern Alberta regions. While epilepsy is highly treatable depending on its severity, it can be quite debilitating to those suffering and quite unnerving for people unfamiliar with the disease. This is why honoring and recognizing and spreading awareness of epilepsy is so important. Recently, I was honored to meet with the Edmonton Epilepsy Association here in Edmonton, and also with their head office located in my ward, in Olnick. I was able to connect with their executive director, Valeria Palandino, and several families who were affected by epilepsy. Today at City Hall, we have the director of the Epilepsy Association and longtime champion, Terrence Mahone, Thank you for being here today. Thank you, Terrence. I'd also like to thank Valeria and the Epilepsy Association for doing the important work to support their organizational objectives to promote in any way possible an improved quality of life for persons with epilepsy, their families and caregivers. I learned about one of their amazing educational resources called Kids on the Block, which is a troupe of life-sized puppets with and without disabilities designed to teach children to understand and accept differences in one another. They bring forth a very empowering message: we all belong. This educational program seeks to create an awareness that helps all children to realize their full potential and deal positively with their misconceptions and concerns. And last but not least, thank you to the families who shared their stories of challenge, resilience, and strength through their experiences with epilepsy. It was moving to hear their firsthand experiences and ideas for how we can create a more safe and inclusive community and city of Edmonton. Purple Day was created in 2008 as a way to educate people on epilepsy and reduce the stigma. This year, I encourage everyone to keep this conversation going and help make this year the loudest Purple Day and Epilepsy Awareness Month yet. Take the time to read and learn about this disease and try to understand how to help those around you that may be affected by it. And of course, on March 26th, please wear purple to show your support. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. We do have some special guests in the City Hall, and they are from, actually, instead of me doing this protocol, I'll go to Councillor Tang, because this is, the school is from her ward. Cario.
Yes,
right?
thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and welcome everyone. I'd like to recognize that we have the grade 6 class from Ms. Tanya Boyko's classroom over at Michael Strapinski School in Summerside in Ward Garihio. Welcome.
Yeah. I had a beautiful bus ride with them today from their school to City Hall. Yeah, really enjoyed your company, and thank you so much for joining us. And welcome to City Hall, and you'll be here for 2 days. Good. See you in the hallways. Good. All right, select items for debate. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll select items 6.5, and on behalf of Councillor Tang, I'll select items 6.6, 7.1. I think Councillor Cartmel has a few questions on 6.4, so I'll select that on his behalf. And then there's others I could select, but I'm going to let Councillor Rutherford select some.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I'd like to select items 6.1 and 6.2, please.
6.1, 6.2. All right, Councillor Rice.
I would like to select 6.3.
6.3. Well, that's all the items. Thank you, everyone. 6.5 has been selected, yes. Yeah.
I'll move the remaining items in the status reports.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote on the remaining items.
Chair, I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you read back to us what we have already approved?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This morning, Executive Committee has passed the recommendations of the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, Arterial Roadway Assessments, Potential Funding, Options and Implications, Design, Acquire Land, and Build with a revised due date of April 13th, 2022. Item 5.2, Edmonton Economic Action Plan, Mobilization of Capital and Red Tape Reduction, with a revised due date of April 13th, 2022. Item 5.3, Edmonton Northern Partnership, with a revised due date of April 13th, 2022. And item 5.4, Mass Transit System, Sustainable Funding and Service Growth, with a revised due date of April 13th, 2022.
Thank you so much. Request to speak. We have a number of speakers, and I'll go to Councillor Rutherford.
Great. That executive committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. For item 6.1, bus network expansion opportunities, Steve Bradshaw, Amalgamated Transit Union, Local 569, remote. 6.5, financial assistance for economic loss due to major construction. Number 1, Marnie Suter, Edmonton Downtown Business Association, remote. And Todd Janes, Stony Plain Road Business Association, remote. And for items 6.6 and 7.1 that are now dealt with together, we have Ahmad Jawad, Edmonton Research Business Park Consortium, in person. John Murphy, Edmonton Research Park Business Consortium, in person. Mahadi Saeed, Edmonton Research Park Business Consortium, in person. Subir Agwarwal, AIM Pumps and Procurement Incorporated, remote. Andrew McIsaac, Applied Pharmaceutical Innovation, remote. Doug Condor, Cyanic Automation, remote. Leah McCarreswick, remote. Derek Claffey, remote. John Yao, remote. Gail Powley, in person. And Morinike Olaoshe, in person.
All right, so we have a request to speak, and please vote.
Just looking for Councillor Stevenson's vote.
Apologies, I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Request for specific time on the agenda. Madam Clerk, I see none, but talking to Councillor Tang, there's a desire that we make 6.6 and 7.1 time specific. The request is for 9:30, but I think that'll be difficult to accommodate because we have a number of other items that we need to deal with, and Councillor Rutherford would have to leave in the afternoon. So I think we suggest that we make the 6.6 and 7.1 time specific for 1:30, right? Instead of 9:30. I know some people would have to come back. That's the unfortunate circumstances because we have other items that we need to deal with. That is that I hope they'll, instead of waiting until the end of the item, please understand. Thank you for understanding that. Appreciate that. Okay, so can someone move that we make 6.6 and 7.1 time specific or 1:30?
Sure, I'll move that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote. Sorry, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I guess I just have a question in terms of wanting to ensure that the 2 items that I've pulled for debate will get dealt with before 1:30, because I do have to leave, so I just want to make sure, you know, if I am approving this, that.
Yeah, we
those
will
items-
do.
Okay,
We will try to conclude that before 12.
okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any councillor inquiries? Seeing none. Report to be dealt at different meeting, none. Request reschedule reports, none. Now we are going to go into our first item on the agenda, which is 6.1, Bus Network Expansion Opportunities Transit Funding Model Options. So I'll go to administration for a presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of committee, members of council. This morning, we are here to present an update on the bus network expansion opportunities. With me on the call are Carrie Houghton McDonald, our branch manager for Edmonton Transit, as well as Daniel Verend, the Director of Planning and Scheduling, also from Edmonton Transit. This morning, we're here to talk about our report, Responding to Motions about Bus Network Expansion Opportunities, which follows our update in January of this year, outlining the performance of the bus network and our implementation of the changes last April. The motions this report responds to include, number one, outlining a high-level strategy for more routes during the BNR rollout and where need and demand are indicated. And number two, identifying opportunities for bus network expansion, including but not limited to bus rapid transit implementation within our existing bus network, as well through the remaining federal funding recently announced. Next slide, please. The bus network redesign serves as an excellent example of three layers of governance working together, of council, administration, and community, and the vital roles that each serve in shaping our public transit network. Creating a more modern and efficient network took several years of engagement, research, and design. We engaged over 40,000 Edmontonians and asked them tough questions about trade-offs and what they value most in a transit service. We used that input to directly inform the bus network redesign and the accompanying transit service policy. Our January BNR report provided a detailed review of the steps we have taken to address rider feedback and concerns since the implementation in April of 2021. These concerns included increased walking distances, local area concerns, and requests for service in new and developing neighborhoods. Throughout the last 11 months, we've been listening to feedback and adjusting the service to better serve Edmontonians, including route adjustments and reallocation of our on-demand service hours where feasible and within existing resource constraints. Moving forward, we're committed to continuing to listen, learn, and adapt the service to changing needs of Edmontonians. We will also continue to grow our network as resources permit and in alignment with our policy and council's goals, as expressed in Connect Edmonton, the city plan, and the mass transit planning for 1.25 million people strategy. With that, I would like to now pass the presentation over to Ms. Houghton McDonald to take you through more of the details of our report.
Thanks, Gord, and good morning, everyone. We're really happy to be here today to tell our story. I'm confident that we're doing the right things to welcome people back to transit. Sorry, next slide, please. They're paying off, ridership is recovering, and we're excited to be on this path with you. As you know, transit is a key component of achieving our city plan goals and contributes to several important outcomes, including climate, economic, health, equity, and social outcomes. We connect people to our city, enabling mobility, getting people to their jobs, education, healthcare, childcare, and recreation as a few examples. Ridership recovery is on par with TransLink in the Greater Vancouver area, and in the last month, we reached 69% of normal levels. In contrast, in Toronto with the TTC service, they've been hovering around 51 to 52% of normal. We're also running full service levels to help Edmontonians get to their destinations. I'd like to thank Edmontonians who have been using transit. They have been sharing their feedback with us, and we've been listening, learning, and adapting to what we've been hearing. Next slide. Before we dig deep into our plans for the future, I wanted to quickly highlight what we've been up to over the last few months to help recover transit ridership. Really, everything that we do is about improving the transit rider experience, making it more convenient, reliable, safe, and accessible. Really, it's about making it easy to choose transit as a mobility option. We implemented 5 to 6 minute peak frequencies for our train service, and with that change, we also implemented a service change to better integrate with active modes of transportation, like letting people take bikes on the LRT any time of day, any day of the week. We are one of 5 cities in Canada to have a high-frequency bus corridor in our network, and that means 15-minute service or better, most times of day, every day of the week. In our peak service on some rapid routes, we have frequencies of 6 minutes, and on some crosstown routes, we have 10-minute frequencies. making it easier for people to choose transit. We've been working closely with our partners at EPS and Community Standards and with Bent Arrow Traditional Healing Society to address safety and security issues. EPS and TPOs are doing more patrols in our spaces to address crime and security disorder. While there is more work to do, as discussed with you in our February report, our community outreach teams have been making a difference to many, many Edmontonians. We've heard really impactful stories of their work. They've had almost 1,000 interactions since starting last fall. They've been linking people to housing, food, addictions, and mental health supports as a few examples. We care about our spaces too, so we've been doing extra cleaning of our transit centers and LRT stations, and we're continuing with our cleaning and disinfecting practices across the entire system, including our fleet. We want our spaces to be welcoming for riders. We've also been making adjustments to our on-demand service to make sure we are efficiently using our resources and are happy to accommodate things like expanding into new areas, which you'll hear plans for more expansion throughout the presentation. And lastly, it might seem like a small thing, but we also heard concerns from our communities last summer about not having access to fresh water for some of our residents during extreme heat. Related to that, we heard the feedback and we developed a plan and added water bottle refill stations within our transit centers and LRT stations. So similar to what you would see in airports. It means that for riders, you can get fresh water during your transit journey, and in neighborhoods, people have access whenever they need it. Next slide, please. I'd now like to highlight a few elements of what we have planned to welcome more riders back, and then I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Wren to talk about the service plan and key opportunities for expansion of the network. So at the top of our list for exciting changes is the launch of our adult pay-as-you-go ARC Smart Fare system. In the next few months, we will be ready to implement this next phase. Our pilot has been underway since January with more than 500 Edmontonians as we get ready for this next stage, adding on to our UPass users. It means a few key changes. Firstly, we're going to be lowering the per trip price for riders who use ARC. So what that means is their fare is going to drop from $3.50 to $3. It also means we will be the only transit property in Canada to roll out fare capping. And this is really a game changer. It supports people who do trip chaining, and research has found it's most often women, by making sure that you don't pay any more than the price of a daily cap. So if you have multiple stops along your journey, you will reach a daily cap, and that amount contributes towards a monthly cap. So once you reach those caps, you aren't charged anything further. Pay as you go also means you can load your card throughout the month. So you no longer have to upfront the full cost of a monthly pass at the start of the month. You can just incrementally add value to your card. This is a regional system, which also means that across the Edmonton region, including Strathcona County, you can use ARC to pay for your fare and access those fare caps. We're also excited about launching our street teams, and we're activating our spaces. So we will have teams out there promoting transit and activities in our spaces, such as hosting visual artists, musicians, and buskers. We're also working with our communications and engagement partners to develop a marketing campaign to encourage ridership. We will be supporting lots of summer festivals and events again, including our Heritage Festival. On the health and safety side of things, we'll be expanding our COP program, as you know, increasing the number of transit peace officers and community outreach workers in our system, and installations are going to begin in the fall for our UV air purification technology for buses and trains. We're also running normal service levels, including pre-COVID train car lengths for LRT service, responding to ridership demand, and continuing with our enhanced cleaning and disinfecting. We also have technical work underway related to the network, including support and analysis of the Regional Transit Commission's Phase 1 service plan, and our equity analysis of our network is underway. With that said, I'd now like to turn it over to Mr. Wren for the remainder of the presentation. Daniel?
Thank you. There are slide 6, please. There are exciting opportunities to talk about for bus service for 2022. As Gord mentioned and Carrie talked about, we have an excellent foundation that's been developed over the past few years from feedback from Edmontonians. We've heard it from Edmontonians to develop the bus network, and we'll continue to listen as we adapt. So next slide. For conventional service, We do have room to continue to adapt and respond while working within our resource limits and policy guidance. We have fine-tuning to do, such as getting things like timing points right. There's been one in McEwen where we have heard about issues about waiting buses clogging up traffic. We refine the timings, but we've come to the point where we recognize the timing point must move. Every year as well, we also work with the school boards to match start and end times of schools. And this year, we know there will be at least one significant change to enrollment boundaries for high schools in the south side. And there's opportunities to understand the deeper needs of a couple communities. Westview Village, as an example, we know we are serving some of the community, as they have indicated through the development of the transit strategy and bus network redesign process. But there continues to be concerns raised that we need to have a deeper understanding of the needs of the community. We're starting an engagement process to understand how we serve the community and if we can do better. Our on-demand service has some more significant opportunities. In the first year, we've learned a lot. With the resources we've found that some areas are overserved. So we have the opportunity to look at areas that most need accessibility, are most likely to generate ridership, and are operationally feasible to support. So we have the ability to add service to our next tier of priorities. We have 8 new neighborhoods that are getting or already have service in 2022, and the potential for 8 more. So a couple examples: the communities such as Chambéry and Elsnore will have on-demand service starting, and then significantly reduced walking distance during operational hours. And since the new service is starting and is operationally quite cost-effective to supply on-demand with close-by communities that also have excessive walking distance. In Baldwin, we heard from residents that walk distances are a concern, especially for children and a pocket of the community that's lower income. And we have opportunity to get service into a few new developing communities, such as Stillwater in the West End. So next slide. So council directed administration through motions and by way of discussion on what priorities exist if there were resources available to fund transit service beyond our current levels. There is opportunity for fleet and the associated fleet storage space to repurpose the buses used for the Valley Line Southeast should council choose to fund the service during the 23 to 26 budget process. And it's not too surprising that many of the operational priorities of today align well with the strategic direction outlined in the city plan and mass transit plan. Both are well rooted in understanding of the needs of Edmontonians through engagement. So next slide. Oh, this slide. Service growth would serve a number of areas. Initiate service on Twilliger Drive as a first step in the evolution of BRT. We'd extend hours on a number of routes so people can make trips. People make trips during the day, on evenings and weekends, and live more of their life with transit. And additional service on crosstown routes, which have been relatively high productivity since the launch, even during COVID. So funding for an additional on-demand service would allow Edmonton to reach even further down the priority list, providing on-demand service to even more communities and reducing walk distances. Service for industrial areas can be an important economic development opportunity, allowing more jobs to be connected to more people, and it would require the coordination of capital budgets to build bus stops and sidewalks in some of those areas. An alignment with the mass transit network and development of a bus rapid transit system was important as well. As council heard in February, the work continues to further develop the BRT design guidelines and define and prioritize the semi-exclusive transit corridors. In general, there needs to be capital works completed to support the evolution to BRT. But for today, there are some opportunities. Twilliger Drive, phase 1 will be constructed in 2023. Mass transit services can be started. Bus rapid transit on 97th Street from Northgate to downtown, the additional possibility of connecting Eau Claire. This corridor has been identified as a high priority in the mobility network assessment, and there are already multiple rapid routes on the corridor. Service on the corridor can be upgraded as transit priority measures are constructed and ridership increases. Bus rapid transit on Gateway Boulevard, Calgary Trail. Capital Line was over capacity prior to the pandemic, so this is a corridor we'll be watching. And as ridership recovers and the LRT is extended south, bus rapid transit is likely to be needed to provide additional capacity from the South Edmonton. Service could begin operating in mixed traffic until dedicated lanes are built. And finally, bus rapid transit from West Edmonton Mall connecting South Campus, University, White Avenue, Bonnie Doon, LRT stop. Bus rapids transit is needed to connect the West End transit users to the south end of the innovation corridor, university campuses, and link the Capitol and Valley Line LRT. This can be an extension of express services in a coordination with regional partners. And before we wrap up, I wanted to share just briefly a few examples of the positive feedback we've received. As you can see on the slide, we have stories from riders about appreciating our frequencies, our routes, as well as the benefits of having on-demand service. We've been hearing appreciation for our direct routes that have been helping students get to school and improve timings. These are just a few examples, but we're delivering service to more over 135,000 rides per day right now. So we're happy to be on this path with you and have some exciting opportunities ahead to continue enhancing and building on our transit network to support mobility. Ridership is recovering and will continue to do so throughout the year. We look forward to our campaign through the next few months to help encourage ridership. And every year we produce an annual service plan to outline key service improvements and projects we're working on to make transit convenient, reliable, safe, fast, and accessible for Edmontonians. We've also identified key opportunities for expansion should funding be available from the city or other orders of government, and look forward to getting direction from council. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you so much for that detailed presentation. I really appreciate that. We do have a speaker on 6.1, and I'll go to our speaker, Steve Bradshaw, Amalgamated Transit Union, Local 569. Steve, are you there?
It is possible that Steve may not be able to join us this morning.
Okay. So I'll call once more if he's there. Otherwise, we'll move on to questions, right? Steve Bradshaw. Steve, are you there? No? Okay, we'll go to questions. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, and just forewarning, I'll probably have a few rounds of questions today. In the report, it talks about that there's also consideration of expansion to the north with the Remand Center, Albany, Canossa, Rapperswil. I was under the impression that that is in fact happening and happening in April. I understand that maybe this report was written earlier. However, usually, it's not inconsequential to have amendments to reports, even up to the event. So I guess I'm just wanting verbal confirmation that that is in fact a go.
I can confirm that is the case, and apologize for the confusion there with the difference between the report and the expectations.
Okay, I appreciate that. Another thing that I noticed in the attachment on the 2022 annual plan is you talk about transformational upcoming projects, but I did not read in that report anything about the regional transit work. Can somebody explain to me why that is not highlighted to citizens of Edmonton in our plan?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Because we don't know what the impacts are yet for the Phase 1 service plan, their service starts in 2023, so we didn't have a lot of content that we could share through the annual service plan about the impacts in this calendar year. And that's honestly, that's the only reason why it's not highlighted. Would this have been a bit further along and talking about 2023, we would have definitely had content about it in there.
Yeah, I think I understand the detail of that. However, to have it completely as omission in terms of the establishment of the regional board and the work that ETS is doing to collaborate with regional partners at a high level, completely missing from that report, I think is not transparent. So I just would like to provide that feedback.
And we can do an addendum. So we'll take that feedback. Again, appreciate you raising that. And we can do an addendum to that document and put it up on the website very clearly that we've added that.
Great. I would really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I appreciate, I want to just first of all highlight, one thing that I think is really important to highlight is the adaptability and the responsiveness and the constant adjustments that ETS has done in a very complex network. And all of the cascading issues of safety and affordability. So I really, really want to give kudos and props to everybody that I know is working hard every day, from the drivers and the transit workers to everybody in administration. One of the things that I've been getting a lot of emails about, though, is the cleanliness on transit. And I know that you mentioned in the report, enhanced cleaning, but I guess my question is, A, do we really believe it's sufficient right now? And B, would we need a budget consideration for the next budget cycle if we do not? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we do have it on the list for budget considerations. We've extended the hours of the cleaning and the frequencies. In some locations, I will say it's a struggle to keep up. But we are monitoring really, really closely. So I hear what you're saying. I'll take that back and discuss with our facilities team to see if we can do something even more extensive. Overall, there has been some improvement, but I do hear the feedback and understand what you're flagging to us. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and I think the feedback is one thing, but I also completely understand that you work within the capacity of the resources you have. So, from my role as a counselor, just trying to get a pulse check on if those resources are sufficient. And so what I'm understanding, just so I can clearly understand, is there will likely be a budget ask for cleaning services in the next budget cycle?
So we have it on the list for consideration
Okay.
for the next 4-year budget, absolutely. And in the meantime, I do feel that I have sufficient budget to make those decisions. And we can expand, and I'm grateful for ELT support. We can expand the cleaning that we're doing within the existing budget. So I'll take care of that.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I really
Could I
appreciate
just
that.
ask, I know you're going to come around, Councillor, so if I just could add one other thing on that?
Absolutely.
We discussed, Carrie and I were discussing last night when we were touring some of the LRT facilities. We also think we need to better address a bit there are seams between what a cleaner will clean in the station versus what Parks and Roads will clean just outside the station. And so that's an area that I know Mr. Sebrick is going to look at more closely to get. And they are coordinating and doing a lot of work, but we have noticed there's some seam work in between those two lines that need to be perhaps more tightly coordinated in these times, especially with the spring cleanup.
And that's a great example. Appreciate that. And that's a great example of the work that I'm very appreciative of everyone in administration doing. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for all of this. And I have a few questions left on cleanliness. So being that I think it should really be a focus, I don't see a measure for us to be following and to be determining if we're actually achieving the system cleanliness that we're hoping for. And I'm wondering if in future annual plans, that should be something we start more clearly measuring.
Thank you for that. So I do believe we're measuring perceptions, but I hear what you're saying, and I think that's something we can research. We do inspections. I do regular walkthroughs, and I'm using the system. But I agree. I think that's a great opportunity. We could put a performance measure and have something documented in that plan. So thank you for that.
Great. And one last question. I know, I can't remember how long ago it was. I think it was Ben Henderson who had originally brought up the idea of some transit systems have like there's signage up in the transit center saying, hey, if this transit center isn't up to standard, this is the person who's responsible for it. And I know why we don't do that, because we really wanted to feed it all into 311 and all of that to track. But I am just wondering if there's been any thought around a greater sense of ownership of each of the transit centers, specifically related to cleanliness. Again, maybe not going down that exact same path, but maybe ramping it up a little bit more.
So thanks for that. And I do remember those conversations. I think I'm going to take that back. We've been talking about the security guard roles as being a bit of a host and ambassador of the space. And that might be a good fit, that they could also receive and report, when we need that extra cleaning. And again, in some spaces, there's just a lot of activity and a higher volume than others. So I think that's a good way to have eyes on the system and reporting those matters in, but I will follow up on that piece. Appreciate you raising it.
Great, thank you. Wanted to ask about mobile home communities, and I know in the presentation, Mr. Vrand, you talked a little bit about Westview, but I just want to talk more broadly about mobile home communities. I think all of them under the transit network redesign, they were some of the locations that maybe saw a reduction in overall service. I think all of them did. And these are also communities that might have a greater reliance on transit compared to most communities. And so what I heard in the presentation is for example, in Westview, we're going to go engage them around where we might want to make sure we're connecting them to. What I didn't hear and see in the proposed updates is any way to potentially restore transit service levels in those mobile home communities to the same standard they were at. Even if it's not both routes, for example, in Westview Village, because one connected to a transit center, one connected to a local Walmart, which is a major shopping node for them. But even hours of day on service. I think none of the mobile home communities have service after 7 p.m. on the weekends, which makes it very challenging for individuals who work frontline jobs to get to and from their place of work. So is there any suggestion around how we can increase that service standard? And I guess that's probably a budget conversation, but I want to confirm that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We really wanted to do two things there. One is understand, like recognizing that in some cases, like Westview might have unique needs that we maybe haven't understood real well, to sort of really fine tune our understanding of what is needed there in the first phase of engagement. And then if we need to reroute the existing services, we can make that change quite quickly. And then if we understand that the needs are greater than the resources we have a better case and a strong, stronger understanding for making that case, or sharing that information with council should there be more resources available.
Will the engagement we're doing go beyond Westview Village? Will it include all mobile home communities? Because I think there's 4 in the city, if I am correct. I think there's 4.
Our initial phase certainly was focused on Westview Village, but can take that feedback, and I think within our resources, we should be able to, at relatively low effort, work to continue with the path with understanding Westview Village and then expand that to the others as well.
And I mean, frankly, even if that was a survey to the residents and not, just something that can give us some additional data, because my understanding, having heard from folks in a couple of different communities, is that concern around hours of service right now and not being late enough for getting to where they want to go. So I'll have plenty of more questions in future.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I should say our focus is on research in the first phase, not necessarily engagement per se. But yes, understanding from the residents what they need.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate this detailed presentation. And also I would like to say, and since I came to Edmonton, I have been taking public transit and for my life. And then for so many years, I really want to take this opportunity to appreciate the work and our city provides this public transit system to us. So my first question is about, I would like to say my questions based on what I heard and from my constituents. And so first question is about, can you provide us a little bit more information about what does that delivery full services levels means? What is not full services level?
So when I talk about full service levels, I mean all of the service hours are being delivered through the network. So during the Omicron wave of COVID, we had workforce shortages, and we had to do some temporary short-term service adjustments, reducing the number of bus service hours. It was in the neighborhood of about a 2% temporary reduction, but all of those service hours are back into the network and being provided to Edmontonians. So every budgeted service hour is being delivered.
Okay, thank you. So I know and that our city right now is implement enhanced safety plan and just approved not long ago and by City Council. And then in terms of that, I believe and our Edmontonians really appreciate this safety plan. And then because I received lots of emails regarding this safety, and then my question is about, as this team, the COD team, is a part of enhancement, including the mask by largest passed yesterday for the enhancement and for the.
So, if I understand you correctly, so
Yeah.
we have a baseline level of COT teams in the system. The plan that was approved in February adds additional teams to that baseline. So we have 4 teams as a baseline, and we're adding 3 more pairs based on that February, I think it was the 24th, if I remember correctly, enhanced safety plan that was approved by council. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. So this enhancement and all this safety and insurement is already including the text message services for Transit Watch as well, or is it separate?
Transit Watch has been in place for many, many, many years. We added the text message feature in November of 2020. And that usage has been increasing quarter over quarter. I actually used it myself last night on 2 separate occasions. But that service has been in place now since November 2020.
Okay, now that's very good to know because I didn't use this text message services, but right now, so get more details. So my next question is about expanded on-demanding services because in my words, I have some neighborhood right now doesn't have conventional bus services. It's just only on-demanding services. And I heard lots of voice and concerns, and our neighbors, our residents would like to have regular bus services in those areas. And so can you tell me a little bit more detail about what that expanded on-demanding services mean?
Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, the expanded on-demand services will allow us to get to more neighborhoods if council chooses to fund it. So in the annual service plan, we're reaching out to more and continually adapting with the resources we have. And then should council direct us and have the want us to continue that process beyond the resources that we have and accelerate that expansion, then we can do that. We can do that too.
I just want to make sure my understanding is correct based on attachment 3 in the report. And then specifically in South area, and we have Chappelle area, and we have some like other area on demanding services. Does this mean and you will increase just the services hours or frequencies or any other type of services?
You're muted, Mr. Brent.
Oh, thank you. Apologies. In the report itself, we talk about expanding with the existing resources that we have, and we outline a number of communities in the including in the south, Tamarack and Paisley in the southeast and southwest that we'll be working on. That will be our next priorities, and then should there be more opportunities, then we can continue further down the priority list and include more areas. So, and with more budget, we would look to include more hours as well.
Thank you for that answer. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. And thank you so much for the presentation and report. There's so much work that's great work that's happening. I particularly appreciate the responsiveness and just that really fine tuning that you are working through. I think that will be ongoing work, but it's wonderful to see it happening and will definitely get us the transit service that we need for Edmontonians. Something that I'm always really mindful of is that you are working within the existing resource constraints. I believe some of my colleagues may be bringing forward motions to add some additional resources to expand that service even further. So I'll leave it to them to bring that. But speaking of sort of making the most of the resources that we have, I was wondering if you could speak to. I know before the bus network redesign, it worked very much on a pulse model, particularly around the transit center. Sort of there'd be no buses, then all the buses, then no buses, and what I really see in my ward is still sort of some of that clumping of buses along main routes. Even with the LRT, I noticed that there seems to be there'll be a 5-minute wait, then a 2-minute wait, then a 5-minute wait, then a 2-minute wait, rather than sort of a every 3-minute, 4-minute type service. So just wondering if you could speak a little bit to any shifts that's happening in that deployment model.
Maybe I'll start and then Daniel can jump in. I think some of the transition is when we move to a high frequency network, there will be more volume in the sense that we're adding more service and more buses. So hopefully there is good headway and good movement and spacing. There's lots of external variables that impact performance. So if there's any type of disruption on the road, if there's a service incident, et cetera, it might end up in a little bit of bunching, but our control center is monitoring the service and managing the movement. On the train side, similarly, with increased frequencies, we're really trying to make sure we have good headways. But if there is a disruption, whether it's a medical incident or something that happens on a train, it can have that effect of kind of impacting the service delivery. We, again, have a control center managing it, but that might be some of it. And jump in, Daniel, if you want to add a bit more.
Yeah, to your point about managing headways versus frequencies, we are a pulse network. We are still managing a time-based network, and we do review those times versus performance to try and spread out those. That is a constant 5 times a year regular adjustment that we look to make to review that data and find out how we're doing. And as Carrie mentioned, there are external variables, and those are changing a little bit right now as traffic patterns are adapting. So if you have feedback, we certainly welcome any of that. And we do review the data as well to try and match those to the conditions that we're seeing.
Perfect. Yeah, no, that's wonderful. Wonderful to know that it is a metric that you're monitoring, and again, working on that fine tuning. Again, I should say too, like I'm very impressed by the frequency of service that I enjoy in terms of where I'm at. So certainly not meant to be a slight there. Great to hear that it's being monitored and adjusted. Just wanted to speak just for the on-demand. Really pleased to see that you're exploring having that service go out to the remand center. I think we heard earlier this week just how critical of a gap there is there. So wonderful to hear that that's ongoing. I was just wondering if there was any shift in the on-demand philosophy. So I think if I understood correctly, it's still very much about linking people. We're watching Buster the Bus right now, very apropos. So just wondering if it's shifting from the service to using on-demand to connect people to transit, or using on-demand to connect people to destinations. Just some thoughts there, what you're sort of seeing in the data, or how you'll evaluate that ultimately.
So we have a report coming forward in the fall that evaluates the service delivery. And I'm hopeful as part of that report, we'll do some storytelling about how it's been working, what we've heard from people, and that'll present an opportunity for council to have that discussion about the design. Originally, the intent was bringing people to the transit hubs to connect with the network. So respecting that some neighborhoods no longer had access, or we had newer neighborhoods that weren't connected, it was about bringing them to the transit hubs to then access the high frequency network. So I think we'll have those opportunities to explore that with you, and we'll bring that report forward in the fall.
Great. And I think there's merit to both, absolutely. So look forward to the analysis that you bring forward on that. And, huge props. I know Councillor Knack really worked hard to make this happen, but the route that's been added along Stony Plain Road, which I think is sort of that connector to some of the key destinations that the seniors facilities there need to get to, has been really successful as an example of that. So anyway, thank you very much for all the great work.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Ms. Dutton McDonald, I firmly believe that you are the right leader at the right time for transit to really transform and make our system really a delightful experience for people to use, a system that is easy, convenient for people to use, that is safe to use, that's affordable to use, that's comfortable for people to use, that is clean. And we are not there yet, but I have full confidence in your leadership and Andre's leadership that we are positioned to make that, our transit system, a delightful experience, and which we should strive to do, right? So I really want to commend your leadership on that, and we have a lot of work to do ahead of us, collectively, all of us. And I believe it should be a delightful experience for everyone. So I hope that as you come back, I have some subsequent motions that I'm going to make today and other council members will make to improve some service. But I hope that as you prepare for the next budget for four-year cycle on capital and operations, that you apply that lens of making transit a delightful experience, right? My specific questions are on the reallocation of the Valley Line hours. If we do that in the immediate or leading up to, be prepared for discussion on budget, that will improve service in many of the areas that are now lacking service. I know Councillor Rice was talking about some of the southwest communities, and there are other areas that do lack service. So I just want to get a sense from them based on attachment 3. If we do that, that will significantly improve service.
First of all, I have to say thank you for your kind words. That's very nice of you. You're spot on. So we gave examples in attachment 3 of what we could do if council chose to invest those service hours. I agree it will address some gaps. It's an ongoing iterative process to do that analysis and continuous improvement. I think it's been, I'm going to say 14 years since we've invested in additional service growth hours. What an exciting time to be with all of you and with our staff to be able to consider that opportunity as we go through the budget process. And I think it would be a very strong message to Edmontonians that not only are we as efficient as we can be with what we already have, but we can look for creative ways to supplement and continue this evolution of building that transit experience that you described.
Okay. On the safety issue, I think that's a major barrier, and that is a very complex problem. It ties into our social issues, which are beyond the capacity of ETS and even capacity of the city to tackle. So I just want to, I know that's the biggest barrier of making our transit system a delightful experience. Because of that, social issues do cause disorder, and they do cause perceived safety and real safety as well, right? So I just want to get, when are we going to start implementing some of the new initiative that we recently improved?
Maybe I'll start, Kerry, and just say that we started the same week council approved the plan. It started primarily with some of the changes to facilities and, for example, some of the washrooms that weren't being used for washrooms and some of the engineering within the system, if you will, and infrastructure. That has started. Enhanced cleaning had started at specific stations. Okay. There's more presence with EPS and TPOs, and we're just getting ready to receive the Bent Arrow assets that are coming as well. Yeah. So we started the week council approved it, Your Worship. Yeah. There will be more work to be done, and we were discussing when we did our tour last night that we think in the next few weeks we could bring forward an update to council on the action of that plan, what has been done. And we were talking about, we want to show you some of the specific pictures of things that are different because of the action plan that council approved. So we would be able to do that, I think, in April, subject to agenda management.
And one of the reasons that we are seeing a lot of disorder at stations particularly is that our most vulnerable Edmontonians have nowhere else to go to shelter. like they used LRT station as shelter.
That's certainly a concern, Your
what,
Worship.
how do we deal with that? I don't know. Maybe that's a bigger question that we need to figure that out.
Yeah, certainly, that's part of the issue, and of course, you see changes with weather, so as the weather warms up, more people are able to go outside and things like that, so this is a huge issue, obviously.
Yeah.
And I think the key action, though, is with the additional COT teams, we at least are going to be in a position to provide more access to resources and shelters for people to get to. Of course, we can't force them to go there.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Thank you. And I'll go to Councillor Salvador next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to, start by echoing those kudos and gratitude for all the fantastic work that's happening under fantastic leadership. So really grateful for that. And I absolutely recognize this is an iterative process and very happy we have a team that's willing to work through that and that is adaptable and making those changes as necessary. So one of the questions that I had, I noticed that in the presentation report, it talked about the evolution towards BRT, requiring that additional capital investment. And I think it was White Ave, 97th and Gateway that were the three identified. So I guess I'm wondering, when can we expect to see that ask, and what would that capital requirement look like? Because I think that sort of rolling out that BRT network, at least the early phases of it, and moving in that direction will be a really big part of our mass transit plan.
Thanks for the question. We're really excited as well about those opportunities. And I know my finance colleagues are on the line, so I'll start and perhaps they want to jump in. We are going through the capital prioritization process and preparing for the 4-year budget deliberations. And there's also the capital investment outlook process is underway too. So all of the transit-related opportunities, including whether it's station renewals, whether it's growth, whether it's the BRT opportunities, the LRT components, they're all being kind of incorporated into those processes. But perhaps, Harm, I'm not sure if you wanted to add to that from the finance perspective.
No, Carrie, I think you've captured the intent properly there, so that's correct.
Great. Well, thank you for that answer, and I really look forward to seeing that in front of us. Just digging a little bit further into funding opportunities, seemed like the two main ones that were identified was that reallocation from Precursor Valley Line Southeast as well as the federal opportunities. So just on the reallocation of Valley Line Southeast, I guess I'm just wondering what would that transition look like? I guess I'm just looking for surety that there won't be any sort of gaps as we switch that over, and just some surety there.
We've had the same discussions internally, so talking about the timing. So I think because we've been behind in our hiring on the operator side, during the early days of COVID, we literally had to stop hiring and training. Then we had restrictions in place on the number of trainees that could be in our classes at a time. So we've got this ongoing kind of gap that we've been trying to close. So if anything, if there was a few months in between, let's say finishing the precursor service, getting the budget decisions, let's assume it's approved, getting that added to the February sign up is what we're thinking would make sense for 23. The operators would help offset and close any gaps, and we would continue our hiring. So we think it's going to smooth out and be able to be implemented fairly seamlessly. On the bus side, we have lots of preventative maintenance activities, and it would just go into our kind of maintenance cycles. There's no issues on the bus side.
Okay, wonderful. I'm glad that sounds like some pretty extensive thoughts been given to that, and it should be fairly seamless, which is really important. And then just digging into the federal funding piece. So I know we've had conversations in the past around, what federal opportunities are available. And I am specifically interested in the federal zero emissions transit fund. And as we've discussed, one of our biggest barriers to that electrification is, of course, the facility side. And I guess I'm just wondering, are we looking at, or can we capitalize on some of that funding on the facility side, or is that strictly for fleets?
Do you want to start, Harm, or do you want me to?
Sure, I can start, Carrie. So yes, Councillor Salvador, that is something we're looking into with the Zero Emissions Transit Fund. So we are engaging with the federal government to see if there's facilities that we're planning on building and if we can leverage some of that funding for those facilities in addition to any rolling fleet. So yeah, we are looking into those opportunities.
Okay, that's really great to hear.
If I can just add a quick caveat, it's intended truly to be supporting the vehicle. So it is going to be a bit of a challenge. Like they hadn't thought about funding that side of it, but we're working really hard to try and help them understand why, that it needs to be more than just the buses. It's also the equipment. It's also the facilities. There's a lot to that planning. So just wanted to add that caveat.
Yeah, absolutely. Recognizing that it's part of a system and making sure we actually have the capacity to have the vehicles is pretty critical. Okay, well, I'm out of time. Thank you so much for your ongoing work. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also would like to say thank you. I really appreciate that we were heard and listened to, and we will be getting some on-demand service on the north side. Yay! So thank you very much. That's fantastic. I do have a specific question about Route 128. From what I understand, that will be a future consideration for the budget 2023 to 2026. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and now is it possible to get some on-demand service in the interim for those essential workers that are necessary? They use that in order to care for the elderly?
Certainly something we can look at again with your office, and I would say for the specifics, if you were happy to sit down with you in your office to understand some of those finer tweaks, always happy to do that. If we can evaluate as we go through the on-demand and continue to gain more operational experience and find some of those tweaks and expand a service area, that might be an opportunity to do that at no cost within our budget allocation. But we'd have to look into that a little bit.
Okay, yeah, that sounds great. And then the COT team. I did have a question. Someone asked me, what hours do they work? When will we see them?
That is a great question. I know it starts early morning and it goes until at least 10 p.m. We're looking at extending it to go later with the new additions. I can follow up with the exact details on that piece. I apologize. I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. And then one other question. For the on-demand service, what are we doing to ensure that it is just being used as a connector and not as a destination ride?
So that was part of the discussions in the design phase, that we wanted to incentivize people to try it. And there were no guarantees that it would be the person steps off the on-demand bus, walks over to a bus or an LRT station and gets on. We knew that was part of measuring this. I think the follow-up report in the fall, we'll see if we can evaluate that component and just measure some of those pieces. I'd say the majority are definitely using it to connect to transit, and we hear those stories, but I understand your point.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Thank you. Those were my only questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Tang.
Thank you all for the presentation, and always a pleasure to interact with a very open and collaborative team. I'm glad to hear about the 69% ridership rate, and as a bus rider, I can physically feel the change, which is really good. Do you anticipate that we'll be nearing that pre-COVID level in 2023?
So we're just updating our projections now, supporting Mr. Ray's team for the budget process. So we're doing our projections. I will say we're performing a little bit ahead of where we thought we'd be, which is amazing.
Yeah.
So we're kind of circling back to our numbers. Whether we keep the same targets and outperform, or should we adjust our targets, is literally the conversation I had yesterday. So more to come on that. I do think it's probably more likely an 18-month, 20-month journey we're on to get there. I don't want to overestimate, but we're working through the numbers literally as we speak.
Perfect, thank you. And I wanted to ask about some of the specific service adjustments on that, some of the on-demand in the new development, Hills of Charlesworth, and it sounds like you're doing lots of tracking and monitoring, and it's been, a month or so, but we have data on like people are actually using that service, right?
I'm
Yeah,
not sure. Daniel, do you have that?
we do have data, and if that's maybe a summary, we can follow up with you to have the, all the any specifics that you're looking for. Happy to share that with you or all of council,
Yeah, no,
however you need.
yeah, and I imagine it's true for some of the other service adjustments as well, just to track that people are actually using that service. And I know that conversation started even from the last term with the previous Councillor Benga. And then the other more complex adjustment was around the 97th Street and 39th Ave in terms of servicing on weekends for those attending temple service. But there's also a farmer's market, so it's actually a pretty busy juncture. Just wondering what the progress is, and I have a question sort of around that turnaround time.
Yeah, thanks for that. So we're looking at extending some hours in the service hours for on-demand seniors connections and exploring some feasibility. But we still have some more work to do to that to confirm our timelines on that. So we're have some more work to do in that area.
Yeah, and I'm assuming you're in regular contact with the community groups who've really initiated that as well.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, and I know that one kind of took a while because it turned out to be a lot more complex than we thought, and then the on-demand took a while because it was kind of new, and so I guess I'm just wondering if you're learning from all these experiences that can perhaps cut down on that turnaround time moving forward, given that there's things happening across the city. Are you finding
I think
that?
one of the challenges though, and it's also a positive in some ways, we have schedule change cycles with our union employees. And in order to get it through the shift selection process with them, it requires a couple of months of backing up from when the schedule change date occurs. So some of the flexibility that we have is a little bit constrained in terms of how quick we can implement it. We're always a few months behind because we've got to build in time for the operators. And it's 1,700 operators selecting work. It just takes a bit of time. So that's our constraint in terms of being able to really, turn it around quickly.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. And I can only imagine sort of the amount of workload you have in terms of many service adjustments that we have coming at you, and then trying to offer that service in a timely way. I guess the last comment I wanted to make around some of the safety issue as well, having done some recent walkabouts in the transit centers, I mean, we have a serious drug and overdose crisis that I know we have a housing crisis, but really I think this drug issue is quite challenging. And I know that's a critical discussion that got pushed off from Monday's committee meeting, but I think that will also be really tied into the whole, transit safety as well. So any I guess thoughts from you on that piece would be great.
Just that I couldn't agree more, Councillor, and as we've talked about a few times, we absolutely need to get more resources on that issue. That's not just in the transit system, but in our entire city, and we need more support, I think, from other orders of government on that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jans?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to express my gratitude to admin for this presentation. I did a quick Control F, and in my reading, I saw no instance or no mention of the gondola, which I'm pleased by. So that's great news. I also wanted to ask a question about investment and bang for our buck. I saw, if I recall from the fall budget adjustments, the best bang for our buck improvement we can make to the transit system is advanced signaling or jump lights. I'm not sure the technical term we use. I just wanted to confirm, am I reading that correctly? That those are the key priorities?
So we've done the research. The best return you can get on ridership is any service-related improvements. So transit priority measures make the service faster. So it gives buses priority, and that's absolutely going to generate a big return. So if the service is convenient, reliable, and fast, people are going to use it because we're building a great service. In terms of the elasticity, it's like a 0.5 return for the investment, which is really, really high. So any service-related improvements, more service hours, extending coverage, transit priority measures, all of those pay off really well.
Of those transit priority measures, which is the best bang for our buck?
I would say it's the full suite of priority measures together. So I haven't seen research that would pull out one over the other within that bucket, and jump in, Daniel, if you've seen otherwise. But
Maybe can I ask it this way? Right now, at a time when we have fewer people driving, fewer people commuting, there's a lot more space on the road. Wouldn't it make more sense for us to fast track in May transit priority measures around lighting, doing this work now, because there's fewer cars, fewer disruptions. People would get used to it as they come back to work, and this would also be, I would think, prime time to do it. And if I recall from fall budget, we're talking like sub $1 million here. These are not incredibly expensive moves.
we can take that back and talk with our partners in IIS to see if we can explore bringing that. And I'm not sure, Harm, if you're aware or not, if it's already on the list.
Like, we've already blocked a lane on 105th Street from when you come off the bridge going up the hill. Like, there's a lot of places where we're going into construction season anyway. So wouldn't it make sense to take advantage of the slow season, so to speak, and just really start expediting these? Like, I see in the report, admin has given us a good plan. It seems to have widespread support on council. It seems we're just missing a couple dollars from council to make this happen. So I guess my question to the mayor or to the city manager is, what can we do? Is there discretionary spending on sort of an off cycle? Like, we don't approve extra pothole filling, or like, we have a budget. If these things can be done within the current roads budget or signaling budget, can we take advantage of the pandemic and the spring weather and just make it happen?
We can certainly look at that, Councillor. I just don't know the specifics, so we can take that back and maybe get back to you. That would be helpful.
I appreciate that. Thanks. It feels like for our 4-year capital plan to be dealing with asks that are sub $1 million. It seems like we should have some threshold where we can just, this is in the plan. We accept the plan. We want to do these things. We should just sort of make it happen. And
I think we do that quite often, and I have the delegated authority that council has given me for those kinds of things. So we certainly do that from time to time, and maybe we can show council more how that's done and when it's done, if that's helpful.
Yeah, then full support for the priority signal measures and other priority measures we can do. And again, really happy with the improvements to the redesign for the areas that receive more benefit. Obviously, we need to bring some folks back up, but I'm discovering new routes every day. So great work to the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. So what will we do? We'll finish off the one round, and Councillor Wright is next. Then after that, maybe we can put the motion on the floor that I have, or committee members can look at whether we want to add more to that or have additional motions, keeping the limited time in mind. So let's start getting into some of the motions. So I'll go to Councillor Wright next.
Thank you. I just also want to extend my appreciation to Ms. Houghton McDonald and her team. They've just been so wonderful in listening to our constituents' concerns, looking at how we can improve service for everybody and increase the ridership. I was really happy to see on the presentation on the service focus areas that there's a lot of dotted purple lines for rapid transit, and I just wanted to know a little bit more about that. I noticed that we've got some going along the 17th Street area. What are sort of the plans for that area?
Thank you for the question. For our rapid express route, we have the 53 is not quite on the 17th Street area, but is nearby. I have plans to extend the service, and again, should council fund any budget expansions, but to expand the service hours to be more in line with some of the other crosstown type routes. So expanding service to throughout the day and evening periods, so that more people in that area can use the service to live more of their life without a car.
And will that include increased service then to the mobile home park, Maple Ridge?
The 500 500X and the 504 are in Maple Ridge, and we aren't in our current plan hadn't had that in there, but that is something that maybe we can sit down and understand further with you and perhaps fine tune some things if that's some feedback that you're getting. And to Councillor Knack's point before, as we do some engagement in those areas and understand those needs better, maybe that's an opportunity for us to reevaluate as we reevaluate our plans and understand the needs better in those specific communities.
That would be wonderful. Okay, thank you, and thank you very much again. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Paquette. And Councillor
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to ask my questions after your motion's on the floor.
Okay, good. So can I have given a copy of my motion to clerk? So if you could put it up, please. Here you go. This is related to reallocation of South Valley Line precursor bus service to new service based on attachment 3, that administration bring forward an unfunded service package or packages for consideration as part of 2023-2026 operating budget process to reallocate Valley Line Southeast precursor bus service hours to conventional bus service considering based on attachment 3. Yep. So that is the motion on the floor, and Councillor Stevenson, I just got to step back into the back bunker for a few minutes if you could take the chair. And Councillor Rutherford is next.
Point of
questions to the mover.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I said point of order. I thought like the Councillor Rutherford is deputy mayor, and then she's vice for the. Sorry. Yeah, it's committee. I understand now.
Thank you. Yes, I think I have the honor as vice chair of the committee, so happy to pass the floor over to Councillor Rutherford.
Great, and I really do want to focus my questions because I am very concerned about now the time specific and the other items that I really would like to get into. So just flagging that for folks. But I do have a question related to this specific motion for administration around more the capital side of things. So I know this does give an operating, but one of the things that I've heard of a lot of concerns about is walking distance. And I know that that was the premise for the whole bus network redesign, but I still want to highlight that 3 out of the 11 neighborhoods that have shown significant impact to walking distance are in Ward and Olnick. And I know that at the end of the day, there's probably a capital cost involved in any of being responsive to those concerns about walking distance. So I just wanted to know if that is being considered as part of that capital profile you will bring back, or if that needs to be an additional part to this motion.
Thank you so much. So our constraint will be that beyond these service hours, and we already have these buses, we are constrained with our facilities. So we're going to bring forward through the capital process our needs related to a facility. We're exploring an interim kind of satellite facility, which would be less costly. And that would enable us to explore growth to address what you're discussing. I still think with these precursor hours, we will have some opportunities to look at walking distance issues and try and resolve what we can with this funding. And then with the added layer of the potential for a satellite facility, that'll give us the option for increasing the size of the fleet and address those remaining issues.
Okay, so just to clarify, no addition is needed to this motion.
I don't think so, not on the capital side.
And then I know you mentioned in the report the equity analysis. Is that also going to feed into that budget discussion? Is the timeline for that project in alignment with that discussion?
Yes, that's what we're hoping for. So we're doing it as a bit of a technical study, and then that'll lead to further identifying some key opportunities related to gaps that'll get flushed out through that equity analysis of looking at the network. So all of these elements can kind of get threaded together.
Okay, so when is that report coming? Is that an equity analysis coming back to council on its own as an independent report?
We will, yeah. So we'll bring it back. It'll be in the fall. I don't have the exact date, but I'll make sure that it's there well in advance of budget so that we can have an informed discussion about what those key opportunities are.
Yeah, and I would say I definitely want that to be integrated because, for example, seniors, I know that there's expansion great to the south. Again, those neighborhoods that have seniors facilities in Ward and Olnick specifically that I've heard from, they're not getting that enhanced service to seniors. So I think we need to really include that equity lens in that budget discussion. Thank you.
For sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, of course, for all the work that the administration has done on this. Kind of like found money when we got our management on this. So I'm just kind of, so I believe this report is the result of a motion I made last year. But I also made another motion about sustainable, predictable funding. And I'm wondering where that plays in with this discussion that we're having around expansion of services and expansion of routes and buses and things like that. Because inherent in that motion, I think, was understood that we were going to be talking about maybe how we properly fund a transit service to meet the needs of Edmontonians. And as the mayor said, make it delightful.
Thanks so much for flagging that. So we are in the home stretch of getting that report finalized on our end. It's on agenda for the 13th of April, so it's imminent. It's in the next couple of weeks. We did a lot of research and jurisdictional scan to see what different tools are used for funding transit. Look forward to the discussion and getting some direction as a result of sharing all that information with you, but that's coming up on the 13th of April.
Okay, yeah, and my assumption is that, well, I just find it interesting because the discussions maybe, I understand why they're separated, but this discussion about potential expansion, what you have done for expanding BNR going forward will be tied to the results of potentially of council's directions from the April 13th report. Is that right?
Yes. So the reason this is a little bit unique is because we already have the buses and operators, and it's a one-time opportunity to leverage these hours. So that's why it's being presented in this kind of manner through the report. The discussion we'll have on the 13th is to your point about that longer term. What's our plan here? How do we ensure that sustainable, predictable funding for transit service with a focus, I think, leaning more heavily on the operating side because we've had some significant gaps over the years. And we'll highlight some other components as well in that report.
Yeah, and I think that it does bear repeating, and correct me if I'm wrong. So the idea is that when we implemented the BNR, the concept was that there was no additional funds. It was a reorganization within existing resources. And after that, after we have that actual strong and logical template, then we can grow on it because the old system was it was unsustainable because it had been designed for a city of 400,000 people.
That's exactly it. So this bus network redesign, be as efficient as you can with what you have in preparing for a city of 1.25 million. So it's a baseline network to support the city plan and our mass transit strategy that was presented in February.
Yeah, okay. So, and then just really bluntly, you are fully aware of every, I would say every frustration that Edmontonians have, pardon me, around transit. And I have no doubt that you want to see all of those concerns remedied. So are we, and here's the thing, I understand that things take time, but are we on a fast track to get there? And if not, in the report on the 13th, is that going to help us to get more clarity and get us on track, no pun intended, in order to get all of those things addressed as best as we can? And understanding that this is a council that is willing to invest in transit.
So yes, I think our constraint is really on the facility side for how fast we can kind of close those gaps. And I think respectfully recognizing, and I love that you're all very supportive and wanting to see how we can kind of close those gaps. We have to go through our budget process and consider we're one of 73 services. So I don't want to make it awkward for Harm and his team as we're navigating, but we do have to go through the budgeting processes as well.
Yeah.
And, go through our service standards policy in terms of prioritization. But yes, the vision is we're going to address all of those gaps. And it's just a matter of how quickly we can do that. And that's what we're going to work through with all of you.
But if I might, Councillor, just add in on this, and I hope you don't mind, Carrie, but I would say the answer to your question is no, because none of that is going to address the homelessness issue, the opioid and addiction crisis issue. And I think, Carrie, because I asked her this question yesterday, what's your biggest concern? It's for transit, and it's shelter space and places for people to be, especially getting ready for this summer and getting ready for next winter again, based on our experience. So that is number one, I would say, in the city. To fix transit, we have to fix those other two problems as best we can.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm out of time, but that would definitely require provincial participation. Thank you.
Provincial and federal and regional.
And federal.
Yeah. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just recognizing Councillor Paquette's motion on April 13th as a budget, we'll have some funding conversation. I just heard that's more focused on operations. Is that what I heard?
It discusses both, but it's more focused on the operating side. Yes.
So I guess the one question, recognizing we've had some good chats about BRT, and actually that was one of the motions I made to add into this, and there was some recognition of it. The part I'm a little worried about right now is if I use the bike plan implementation guide as the example, we had some very specific different tiers we could select, and ultimately Councillor Salvador was able to put a very clear motion forward about what we were going to consider as part of the budget for capital investment on active pathways. I'm worried that we're missing that right now on capital expansion for improved bus service, including BRT, the things that Councillor Jans is talking about. And I don't know if we have a menu and have given you that clear direction, and I'm just wondering how to fill that gap, because now that I reflect back on it, it feels like Councillor Salvador's motion was really effective and useful, and I'd like to do the same on the bus side.
What I would suggest is we follow up on that note. So we have other partners. We are weaving in BRT through the capital budget process. But hearing you describe that approach, I think it's a good discussion we can have and see if there's a way to support you and your colleagues in pursuing that. So we'll connect some dots, I think, and get IIS and ourselves with you to talk through what that might look like.
Perfect.
And then we can have a follow-up on that piece.
We can talk about that on the 13th then. Thank you. That's great. Appreciate that. A few last quick questions here. I'm going to put on for the performance measures, we were talking about cleanliness a bit earlier, but just generally speaking, the one thing I felt I was sort of lacking on the performance measures was what the actual targets are. I saw the trending status, but I didn't know what our goal is. And, it might be good if we're trending up, but if we're at 10% instead, and we're trying to be at 80%, is that something we can get more detail on in the future?
For sure. So we put our targets typically in conversations around reporting, but that's a good point that the annual service plan could also include the target and how we performed relative to that. Yep.
Perfect. That's helpful. Thank you. Love those metrics. There you go. Metrics. Last question. The PATH program, we have 1,900 passes out. I've heard from a number of the social agencies that they need more. We're not filling the need right now. My understanding, when we expanded it from 500 to 1,900, there's no cost because these individuals essentially wouldn't be paying for the service anyways. And I remember asking if you have the authority to just use however many you need. I want to double check. I'm hearing that there is a need. Do you have the ability to just go fill that need?
I sure do. And they just have to reach out to social development branch and then we supply it to them. So the last update I had is that they were at their capacity and couldn't distribute anymore. But we, in the program design, what council approved is the official city houselessness figure is the maximum number that we supply in a year. So knowing that we're at, I think it's 3,000-ish, I can supply those 3,000 monthly passes as per the program that was approved.
Awesome.
Just need to connect with social development branch and then we can supply that.
I'll get Jasper Place Wellness to do that. Thank you.
Thank you,
Perfect.
Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question is related to this motion and also to administration. So I appreciate our mayor, so he brought this motion and to support our public transit services. So attachment 3, and can you tell me attachment 3 is only including the conventional bus services, not include on-demanding services, right?
That's correct. So this motion is about adding conventional service hours through the big bus, quote unquote, service. So it's a different layer of service than the on-demand service layer.
So I understand that this motion is to reallocate the hours to the conventional bus services concerning attachment 3. And so my question is, and to improve the services for the our Edmontonians who needed action. For example, in my ward, there are some neighborhoods, and I heard over and over, they want regular services like conventional bus services instead of on-demanding services. For example, some like Paisley area, Grand Hill area, and South area. And so what is the consideration we will give to transfer the service type and from on-demanding to the regular bus services?
So that's part of our analysis that we do 5 times a year. So we have a service policy approved by council with specific service standards to help us determine the right layer of service and the right solution. So that would be an ongoing process. The items in attachment 3 were to illustrate the types of opportunities, but that analysis from Daniel and team is ongoing. So we would continually be looking for those opportunities. We know that there is likely more demand than supply with the conventional bus hours, but this is a really good start for us to show that we can find creative ways to start the process of adding those hours to the network.
Thank you very much. I just mindful for my time, and so I do see the big demands, and then from my constituents concerned the south area and some southwest neighborhoods, and to request that conventional bus services. So I would looking forward and to sit down to talk with your team and for more details. And my next question is about the school spatial. And then because in south side we have a new school, Dr. Annie's Anderson just opened last year in September. And so for these services, I do see and will benefit lots of students in South neighborhoods. And so when these services were started, is it in place already or is it new additional?
We know there's some boundary changes coming when working with the school board, and that's what we're intending. And we know for a number of parents that's caused some stress and some concern, and we're intending to provide that confirmation for people that rely on school specials, that we're aware, and we are working closely with the school board to provide that service as those boundaries change. So that's really what we're trying to illustrate here, is that we're working closely with the school board, and we'll react to those changes when they happen and as we have the news from the school board.
I know my time is out. I will follow up with some details. I would like this in good news and communicate back to the neighborhoods. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Ms. Houghton McDonald, you know, you were with the city at the time when we had a large contingent of folks come to committee asking for free transit. And the mayor at the time said, well, okay, so there's a couple options here. We could do that, which would cost us, a lot of money. He said, or we could take $150 million per year to improve the experience of transit, the ride experience. And the community was pretty satisfied with that. Did anything ever come of that?
So that was a report we did about the levers of growing ridership. So to really impact mode shift, what it tells us is investing in service generates the ridership returns. And what I've seen is, again, our recovery is performing better than some really large urban centers like Toronto, and we're on par with the Greater Vancouver region, in part, I think, because of the service components that we offer. It's by no means perfect. There's a lot of improving to do and a lot of work ahead. But I'm really, really confident that we're on the right path, and we are going to see that mode shift as this continues to unfold.
So that was kind of a soft commitment from the city that was never formalized. But I think the spirit and intent was that we were going to seriously reinvest in transit and invest in transit. And so I understand that we've got some constraints as far as capacity. It's always been a frustration for the past 4 or 5 years and longer. But I also understand that Mr. Seabrook has already alluded to in past meetings that you're looking at solutions for that, which is great. So that specific to this report, when it comes to the bus network redesign and expansions, this report was intended to provide a focus for the conversation. However, that does not mean that you're not continually observing and improving, correct?
Exactly. So 5 times a year, we're looking for those opportunities to make adjustments. We produce an annual service plan to identify the anchored projects and bigger changes that we know for sure are going to happen, but it's ongoing, and communications and engagement helps us communicate that with each cycle of change.
And last question, because obviously this is a good motion from the mayor, so I don't think we need to debate it much. But my last question is, and I think Councillor Knack was touching on this a little bit. When it comes to the health and the attractiveness of our transit system, I think what this council is really looking forward to is a proactive approach to ensuring that this is a good transit system. But there is a challenge here when it comes to efficiencies. And to provide every single person in Edmonton with the transit that they desire might take us beyond what is reasonable for an expense. And I'm not sure if you have a response to that. I'm out of time, but that's something that it always has to be on our mind, I would guess. And I'm assuming it's always on your mind.
Absolutely. I would just say we have really good policy tools and really good kind of budget processes that enable us to flex and, incorporate different components. So I do feel strongly that we're on the right path here, and I look forward to seeing what we can accomplish.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
I have a very quick question.
Go ahead.
And regarding this motion, and so the budgets and for 99 Southeast precursor services is already there. And so I just want to get some clarification. Is to increase the budget in 2023-26?
So my understanding is that this would require ongoing $6.2 million investment into public transit if we approve it during budget process. At this time, this is unfunded. This will come as unfunded package. But if we approve it during the budget, it will require $6.2 million of ongoing investment. Am I right in that?
That is correct. So right now it's funded through the LRT reserve, and it's offset by not having the trains running. So this would be a net new addition to the base budget for ETS, should you choose to support the unfunded service package that we bring forward.
Okay. So my next question is about what I heard, some concern, and then I would like to know if there any strategy or process or plan work in place to address these concerns. So these concerns and what I heard, and including the following, the walking distance, we already talked about early, and then also in some time window, empty buses and LRT. The third one is in some neighborhoods and overserviced and some neighborhoods underserviced. And so the first one is about the specific neighborhoods. Talk about because the frequency increased for the bus, and then for the time point, I heard a good change, and from administration talk about the specific in McEwen. So if you could provide some information regarding any planning work and in place to address those concerns from our residents. And also, I would like to hear more good news about the McEwen as well.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Rice. Yeah, I didn't talk about it in the presentation, but yeah, we have some engagement planned as well for that area between Calgary Trail and Black Mud Creek, like between Ellerslie, McEwen, Black Mud Creek, Heritage Valley area. To understand, there's a few complexities in the area of some areas complaining of, or some areas, reporting concerns of buses stopping in front of their house causing congestion. That's the timing point issue. We have others concerned about walk distance but have lower ridership than are expected. So we may have an alternate layer of service to change there. Perhaps that means on demand. And we have a few other areas that have more demand than we had anticipated. So we have a number of routes that we think we can alter, but we want to confirm with the community as well that if we make that change, some potential reorientation of services in that broader community, that we're doing that with the support of the community and aligns to their services. So step one will be hearing from the community, and then step two will be presenting the changes that we intend to make to the community to ensure that they meet the community needs. But there's a number of complicated changes that are all intertwined in that area.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our questions on this. So we have a motion on the floor, and all right, any questions on the motion? If not, then I can quickly close it. If that is the desire, just hold on. Just here. There we go, Councillor Knack.
Sorry, very quickly to speak to it. I also, again, and I know why we're using the term unfunded service package. I just want to say it out loud again. Council needs a prioritization conversation, because if this comes forward unfunded, I would be very upset, because it means that we haven't prioritized in advance. So I'm supporting it because we need to do it, but I actually think this should be built into the budget so that the budget that is presented in November already has this built in. I am more than happy to find other priorities, and I think we need to have that conversation as a council. We put a lot of unfunded priorities forward: snow removal, transit, these core services. We went through a debate of funded or unfunded in the past, so I don't want to amend the motion. I just want to make sure, and I'm looking to the city manager, I know we're going to have that conversation as a council, but I just feel like I need to say it out loud, because the core services that I think we haven't really provided any meaningful increase to need to have a meaningful increase built in at the base, and I'm happy to then figure out what we need to do in the rest of our budget to allow that to happen. So it's not a question, it's a statement, but just happy to support it. Just really want to stress the point that if this is in fact a priority, it should not be an unfunded service package in November. It should be built into our base budget. Thank you.
And I would just reply that I think at our next ARC, we really need to discuss when we have that discussion.
Absolutely. Knowing it's coming, happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. All right, so quickly on to close on this. No, I want to reiterate what I said earlier. Really commend the work that the entire team at ETS has been doing. That includes our frontline bus drivers, people who maintain our fleet, people who clean our fleet. It has not been easy over the last 2 years living through COVID, and they have really shown up for Edmontonians, and they have really stepped up for Edmontonians, and I want to commend their service to our city. And I agree with Councillor Knack. Now that we are kind of making all these adjustments to the changes that were made, and the compromise at that time was let's find efficiencies in the best use of the existing resources. Now it's time to enhance that service, because those adjustments have been made, and there will be opportunities to continue to improve that. I think we can be more ambitious on public transit to make it a delightful experience, as I said earlier, which includes making it easy and convenient, making it faster, making it safe, affordable, comfortable, clean, and all the things that we talked about over the last hour and a half. But there's one challenge that we all know that is beyond our control, that is really holding our transit system back, our economic recovery back, and the revitalization of our downtown back. That is the crisis of housing, the crisis of opiate, drug poisoning, mental health, that is hurting people, causing a lot of stress on communities, but also causing safety issues, causing disorder issues. We cannot tackle that without the participation and support of our provincial government and our federal government. We will continue to make efforts. We will continue to build that stronger relationship and stress upon them why their areas of responsibility, which is clearly housing, opiate crisis, mental health, are federal, provincial responsibilities, not city responsibilities, but they're holding our city's potential back. We are doing what we can in our capacity, but they need to step up the way our city is stepping up, and I hope that we'll be able to build and continue to strengthen that relationship, because this would require a true collaboration from other orders of government. So if that happens, if we can tackle that crisis, then our system, our public transit system, and everything else that we do in city will truly be delightful. So with that, I'll ask every committee members for support for this motion. Okay. So Councillor Rice, you...
Speak to the motion.
Yeah, just let me, Madam Clerk, I closed it as a mover, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so the process is, Councillor Rice, once the mover has closed the item, then other council members can speak, unfortunately. We are learning through this process.
I know.
Yeah.
I just want to say I support it.
Okay, thank you. Good. All right, please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, thank you, everyone. All right, so... Okay. All right, 6.2. We are going into our next item, Valley Line West Contract Amendment. Is there a presentation from admin?
No presentation.
No presentation.
We can go straight to questions.
Let's go straight to questions. Councillor Rutherford exempted this, so I'll go to Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I have to admit that when I first read this report, it seemed a bit innocuous, but as I started to dig into this, I am quite concerned with the number of scope changes that have happened on this specific item. So looking at the timeline, March 6, 2019, 2.61 billion for preliminary design, land acquisition, and project procurement, which I believe this contract is in scope of, which I'll ask some questions about. May 11th, 2020, a scope change for Ernst & Young for 2 million. June 14th, 2021, a scope change for procurement for Ernst & Young for 710,000. And now today, we're here again on March 23rd, 2022 for another scope change for Ernst & Young of nearly 1.4 million. That's concerning to me. This seems like major scope creep. So administration, can you please respond to that?
Councillor Rutherford, the nature of the Valley Line project has actually been approved in a phased manner. Valley Line Southeast was approved initially. Valley Line West engineering was approved. The scope of the project to actually get into land acquisition was approved as a separate item. So the nature of these assignments have been iterative on the basis of the various approvals that happen with the project. This project wasn't approved as one project. It's actually been approved as multiple phases of project based on the different approvals from orders of government. So this additional amendment is along those lines, and there are other factors that contribute to this, specifically how the Valley Line Southeast project has progressed from a performance perspective that have impacted our need to do further evaluation of this work in order to prepare for the Valley Line West. So ideally, the project would have been approved in one shot, but because of the way that the project has been approved, it's been approved in iterations, and many of these assignments have been extensions on that basis.
I get that. I will have to come back for a second round because I have further questions about the item, the attachment 1, but I know that that has to stay private, so I will defer, but I would request that we can go into private so I can ask some questions on that attachment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and appreciating those questions. I want to double check, and I could be wrong, but Mr. Laughlin, these changes, I believe, were, because there's always different contract amendments, some of which are known and some of which are unknown. And these ones were all expected and planned. Is that correct? Because we're not asking for an increase in the overall budget. We're asking for using the existing budget to continue on with the work. That's been the case, I think, for the other ones, right?
That's correct. That's correct. I think there's a nuance to this one, which when we go in private, I can explain.
Sure.
Or we can explain, but the majority, if not all, and you know, it's sort of devil in the details a bit, which we can explain in private, but the majority, you're right, are planned extension because of how I described the project. It's been approved in stages. So when we procure initially, we procure with the understanding that there could be an extension to an assignment on the basis of how the work has progressed.
Again, and appreciating we'll have some conversations about this specific one in private. Yeah, it's all the other ones that we had made, I think, were all planned amendments as part of it.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Just wanted to confirm that. It's a very, very important flag, and I think it's good to have this conversation. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice?
Very quick question. So this company provides the report, the services is the consulting services only. So it's not any other type of services, right?
They provide us advice from a consulting perspective around, in this case, specifically operations and maintenance and our approach to that.
So advice on maintenance, operations, and so all the cost here listed here is just for the consulting services.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's my question. So other question I can ask in private.
Okay. Thank you. I think that answered my question as well about, so this is not really a scope creep. It's more about additional work is required, then additional contract is awarded. So maybe I'll go into private first. Well, maybe you can clarify.
I have another question.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, so I think thank you, Councillor Knack, for that question, because it did bring up another question I'd like to ask in public, because like I hear what you're saying, but I think we need to go back to that original open procurement process. And how is it written in that open procurement process that these scope changes will be a piece of it? So do people know when they're bidding that this essentially means if you get this contract, you then will likely have additional millions of dollars added to that contract? Because I just am trying to understand from that like value-based procurement process.
For specifics, I'll ask folks from CPSS to support, but generally for all of the assignments that we've had related to the Valley Line project, they've been identified as potential extensions on the basis of subsequent approvals by other orders of government to advance the project. And in fact, the Valley Line West, the Capital Line South, the Metro Line North, all have assignments that were funded for design through a program called PTIF. And all of those assignments indicated that should additional funding be approved, their assignments would be extended. So it is something we contemplate in terms of, you know, the specifics. I welcome anybody from corporate procurement supply services to support. I see Thiago's on the call.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you're right, Eden and Councillor, whenever we have our procurements, we do try to anticipate as much as possible all of the variables, you know, being fair to all of the bidders. For this particular one, on the language itself, I'm not sure, and I have Javier with me here, who is one of our procurement managers. I don't know if he has that information right up front to share, but I do support from an overall principle what Adam stated, that yes, we capture as best as we can all of those nuances in grants and funding and possibilities.
Perfect. I'm just mindful of my time, sorry. So can you just, so for my clarity and being comfortable with this, what has changed? What kind of financial changes have happened between June 14th and March 23rd? Because that doesn't seem like actually that significant of a time. So what funding did we receive that would justify that scope change?
So some of those elements I can provide more details in private. It may not be as much of a funding change as project approach change.
Okay, appreciate that. We can go into private when that's appropriate.
Yeah, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. Just quickly, so to Mr. Laughlin, you know, part of the effective delivery of projects is continuity of the consulting team, and you know, is that fair to say that you know, we've got a consultant that we engage, you know, for the first stage or the first part of a project, even perhaps speaking more conceptually, if we've got a project that's advancing to PDDM1, having a consultant provide some preliminary advice has a certain value. If that project proceeds to various, you know, further stages of the PDDM model, maintaining that person's expertise and involvement in the project, not having to essentially have another consultant come in and learn from scratch and get into a bunch of redundant work. That's part of this approach to engaging consultants and expanding the scope of a consultant's work as the scope of a project expands. Fair to say?
Very much, and certainly you reference PDDM. So outside of this particular item, this happens quite regularly with our PDDM process because we don't have certainty whether council will approve a project at checkpoint 3. And so we can't make a commitment to consulting resources that are supporting us that it's an absolute that it'll move forward. So we have to have these mechanisms in place with our various consulting assignments. So, but broader, absolutely, Councillor Cartmel, continuity is key when we get into these projects.
And so the flip side, if we don't want to expand the scope of consultants and expand their fees accordingly when appropriate at various stages, we would have to commit to that consultant for the entirety of their scope when we're not certain that the project will go all the way to completion, or we are not certain of the timeline that will go all the way to completion. So we can avoid the extras and we can avoid the scope changes by paying everything up front to the consultant. And that's not necessarily a good money management process either.
That's correct, actually, and it's a bit more risky from my perspective in that you're upfronting work that may not ultimately get approved or may run into issues or may not advance.
Right. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rutherford, you want to move that we?
No, I'd like more in person, in public.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for that. So can I just clarify something? Because you mentioned that these were all kind of standard scope changes, but in the report from June 2021, it says that a higher level of support was required during the procurement preparation phase and open market phase than contemplated in the existing agreement. So can you, I guess I'm just trying to rectify kind of what you're saying to me right now and what that report says.
So there have been changes from a program perspective on the Valley Line. I'm trying to answer this as delicately as I can. There have been changes on the Valley Line project that have resulted in us needing to reconsider approaches related to this type of support that we're getting, and that's ultimately why we're here today with this extension.
Okay, but I'm specifically talking about, because again, if when I went through that history of the scope changes and the answer that I received from you was they're kind of baked in, and I get that. I understand, and I'm not naive to understand, working with consultants on a continuity basis. But what I'm seeing is a discrepancy between what's being said to me today and what are some of the wording in the previous public reports. So I don't see the sensitivity around this.
I'll ask Mr. Smid to provide more details. There was an approach that was originally identified related to procurement of the Valley Line West, which didn't materialize due to market factors, contractors, concerns related to our approach that changed the approach. Brad, do you want to provide more specifics? And again, just very sensitive to some of the other items related to this. So, Brad?
Thanks, Adam. At a high level, the original plan for Valley Line West was to bundle the design build contract for the construction with the vehicle supply. So we had actually launched a procurement for design build with vehicles included. And then we found that the market appetite for that type of model had changed. And we had two bidders drop out and we were left with one team. And we decided to cancel that procurement and relaunch with two separate procurements, design build for the construction and an LRV supply procurement separately. So that was the additional effort and change referred to from the June 2021 amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice.
Two follow-up questions. The first one regarding the funding for this amendment. So the funding for this amendment is available with existing approved capital budget. So this capital budget package is including construction and then also including this consulting services. So this consulting service is part of that, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and in terms of risk assessments, we are talking about in the report. Okay, so I will move that question to private. Thank you.
You want to move that we go into private, Councillor Rice?
Yeah, I move the meeting to the private.
Thank you. Any questions for us to go into private? Seeing none, please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
dealing with this item, or
So-
if you'd like to recess now. It's up to
No,
you.
we'll, there, I don't see any questions on, I think we can deal with this report once we come into public. So we go back to our calendar and
Correct, to the original Google Meet, please, and then we'll just need a moment to get everything back online.
so sign off on this one. Go back to the original. Okay, I see, okay, here you go. Are we ready to go, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we're good to go.
Okay, all right, so we are in public. Councilor Knack?
Thanks. I think we've got some echo.
Counselor,
There we go.
oh.
Yeah, perfect. I'll just move the recommendation in the report for item 6.2.
Okay. Just, here we go. We have a recommendation moved by Councilor Knack. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and we are on the recess till 1:30.
Good afternoon. Just to let you know, we're turning the cameras on and we are live web streaming right now. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to call this meeting back to order. And I will do a quick roll call of committee members. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford. I know Councillor Rutherford had to leave for an appointment. Councillor Stevenson.
Present.
Okay, good. All right. I don't know if other council members are joining us. I'll go do a quick roll call anyways, just to find out if they are. Councillor Wright. Councillor Princeby.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang is here. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel. And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. All right, we are going to go into our time specific for 1:30. 6.6 city-owned research park buildings and 7.1 Edmonton Research Park overview. That's an inquiry from Councillor Tang. Is there a presentation from administration?
There's no presentation, however, we do have some opening remarks, if that would work.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi, members of City Council, and to the speakers who have registered today. In July 2021, administration presented City Council with two options pertaining to the future of two city-owned Edmonton Research Park buildings, the Advanced Technology Center and the Research Center 1, respectively known as the ATC and RC1. The options were to either invest in the required rehabilitation work and retain ownership of the buildings, or to offer the buildings for sale through a competitive public offering process and assess the submissions based on criteria that would contribute to city goals. The options emerged after Innovate Edmonton had confirmed that their future business plans and priorities did not include management of the buildings at that time. Ultimately, City Council directed administration to proceed with the second option. So that was to put the two properties up for sale after considering the one-time revenue generation potential and the ability to divert future rehabilitation costs to other city priorities. City Council also requested a final check-in to provide input on the disposition of these buildings before administration proceeded with formal negotiation. Over the summer of 2021, administration prepared the competitive public offering and accepted submissions between October 29th to December 17th of 2021. The listings concluded with 4 offers to purchase for the RC1 building and 7 offers to purchase for the ATC building. Administration evaluated the offers against 5 criteria. A mandatory criteria of conforming to the Edmonton Research Park restrictive covenant based on real estate criteria, planning and use, alignment with city goals, and the proposal's feasibility, all of which are outlined further in the report. As a result of the evaluation, administration was able to identify a recommended buyer for each property. Based on the proposals submitted by the recommended buyers, it is anticipated that existing tenants will be retained by the purchasers for both buildings. Additionally, at the November 22nd, 2021 City Council meeting, Councillor Tang put forward an inquiry requesting an overview of the Edmonton Research Park land holdings, operations, and maintenance. As such, administration is here today with both of these reports. Item 7.1, which is responding to the inquiry, and item 6.6, which is the check-in regarding the property offering. It includes a summary of the offers that were submitted, and it seeks executive committee approval to start negotiations with the recommended buyers as outlined in the private attachment. We would be pleased to answer any questions you have on either report, but we would also ask that any specific questions related to the details of individual offers occur in private pursuant to section 16, 24, and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your remarks and opening statements. We have a number of speakers on this item, so I will ask that these members of public be in a panel, Madam Clerk, right? And I'll ask,
Yes, please.
I'll say the names. Ahmed Jawad, in person, if you could come to the front there, or clerk will direct you where you sit, right? John Murphy.
Yeah, I'm remote here.
Remote, okay. Mehdi Sayed. Mehdi Sayed. Not there yet.
Yeah, Mahadi is logging in. He's remote as well.
Okay, got it. Sabir Agarwal.
I'm going to be talking remotely from here from office.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just checking if everyone is there. Andrew McIsaac.
Yes, I'm here remotely.
Thank you. Doug Condor.
Yeah, I'm here too.
Remote. Lee McCarwich.
I am here remotely.
Okay. Derek Calafri, sorry.
Yes, I am here remotely.
John Yao. John.
Yes, I'm here remotely.
Remote. And Morenike Olasosi Kibikan.
I'm here.
Per person. Lovely seeing. No, sorry. I see you there. Thank you.
I switched.
It says person, but you're remote. Okay. Gail Polly. Gail, if you could come, clerk will find you space. So each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Please keep your clock on if you're remote, and if you're in the chamber, the green light will start your time, and yellow light means you have 4 minutes remaining, and red light means that your 5 minutes are over. And so please conclude your remarks within 5 minutes. And after that, committee members or council members may have questions to you. Okay, we'll go to, is everyone ready to go, Madam Clerk? We'll go to Mr. Jawad.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for having.
Can you move your mic close to you?
Sorry?
Mic.
Is it?
Good.
Sorry. Oh, no.
Yeah, thank you.
Good. I just want to confirm that Mehadi is on the other side because he's presenting with me. Mehadi, are you logged in? If not, I will just take it over.
Hadi will be the third person on the list. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So basically, really we're here. We did send a letter to the mayor and also to the council. And we as Edmonton Research Park Business Consortium came together. Organically, we were an organization before without a name. We came together when we found out about the sale of the ATC and RC1. And we did send a letter. I'm going just to summarize the kind of 4 key points we wanted the city to think about and reflect. First thing is pause the sale of the ATC or Advanced Technology Center. Communicate to the city of Edmonton, to us, and also to the business community and citizens in general about what's the vision of the park and what's the plan for the park. And we know that maybe it's not concrete, so that's why we're here as a consortium, but also the business community out there is also there to be part of that process if you want to formulate a vision and a plan for the park, for the Edmonton Research Park. And also too, we realize specifically now with the provincial government and the federal government, there are funding happening, and there is opportunity also to leverage that to move the park to the next level. What I have today with me is actually John Murphy, who is the CEO of BioStream, and also Mehdi Sayed, who's a CEO of Cleanliness. Mehadi is going to start talking a little bit about the background of the ERPBC, and after that, I'll talk about a suggested plan for the park. That's something we would like to share with you and talk to you about. Mehadi? And
so, from a process point of view, sorry, I know this is your first time that you're participating. So you have 5 minutes, then other people will have 5 minutes. So you can't come back to after they're done, right?
Okay.
So once you're concluded your remarks, then
I'm not going to conclude. I'm going to continue.
Okay.
So,
Then if you
I'll continue.
conclude now.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm
Go
going
ahead.
to continue right now.
Go ahead.
No problem.
Yeah.
That's fine. So, basically, can you go next on the slide, please, to slide 4? Perfect. So Edmonton Research Park, I don't have to talk to the city about Edmonton Research Park. It's 1979 is when it started. It's basically a vision that the Edmonton city of Edmonton, university, and other partners build a park for the future of innovation, focusing on technology that happens at the time, could be focused on oil and others. But really at the time, it was made to even double the size. And it was in a report of the city in November 1979, somebody requested that maybe we should double the size of the Edmonton Research Park. So this is 1979. Now we're 2022. Next slide, please. So I did mention at the beginning that we started an organization basically when we found out that the park part of the park is for sale. We wanted to know what the city vision, but really what I'm trying to explain to people, and as I've been talking to many people in the last 4 or 5 months, the park itself, from an economic point of view, have over 1,500 staff, over 55 companies, and over $200 million plus of revenue. And this is actually an underestimation. So the park itself is moving forward, and there is already basically lots of activity, economic activity and innovation that's happening there. Next slide, please. So this is on our website, and if you go and take a look at it, really the park, when it comes to companies, there's many sectors. Life sciences is the largest one. We have API at the park, for example. They're close to 45% of the sector, innovation sector in the park, from AI to other type of companies who uses basically technology and innovation to provide services to companies in Alberta, but also companies around the world. Many of our partnerships are to do also with universities, and many of our partners in universities also support some of the companies in the park. Now, and I'm rushing here so I could go my 5 minutes, but really what we're trying to do, can you go to the next slide, please? Looking at from our point of view, it's not for us to make what's a vision of the park, but it is collaborative approach. But for me, as an entrepreneur who've been there for a while and succeeded in my business, I want not only the park, I want Edmonton to be the hub of high-growth life sciences and advanced technology companies. And the question is, to reach that point, it has to be a plan, there has to be a vision about basically the park, about Edmonton from point of view innovation. We talk about diversity of economy beyond oil, clean energy and all of that, that's fine, but really we would need to have a proper plan. Again, coming back to the sale, the selling is a big concern for us because the selling tells us it's about money only. And I tell you, the 200 million plus is also about money. The 4 million is only a solution, short-term solution for the city to sell a building. Next slide, please. Now this is our nice graph here regarding a suggested plan, and really, who are the partners? Over the last 4 or 5 months, we talked to many partners. We talked to Technology Alberta, Innovate Edmonton, Edmonton Globals, and also to the city. Councillor Tang was, we had meetings with her. The park is in her park. She was supportive in our ideas, and she, was able to be in many meetings. And also we did talk to. Sorry.
Good. Time is over.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I will carry on to our next speaker, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. So I'll be brief here and just trying to build on what was already said a little bit. But you know, fundamentally, we have this asset as is the research park, and we all want to maximize the value here. I mean, we're all kind of on the same page here, and what we want to really build here is a thriving community, right? And this has outside investors looking at this. We've got customers. We've got other, you know, other folks looking at us as kind of are we serious about high tech life sciences in this city, right? And you know, if we sell off key buildings just as real estate, if we think of them as real estate, it starts to kill the concept of the focus and innovation as a priority. And you know, when you think about this just for a second, just much like City Hall, you know, you wouldn't necessarily take City Hall and the place that you're meeting there today and rent it out because you can make more money. You could have your meeting in a hotel conference room. But other people looking at you then would say, well, maybe you're not serious about civic politics. You see, you have to have a place that is kind of the, you know, the essence and the community and the heart. And so what happens here is the Edmonton Technology, the ATC, the Edmonton Technology, Advanced Technology Center, and the Research One, these core buildings, they're the heart of innovation for sure in that whole research park area, and to a large degree in our city. So we don't want to treat these like real estate. And I understand there's covenants and private companies can do some great things, but let's just be clear. When a private company buys a building, they're there for profit. They should be, and that's fair. It's just not in alignment with, you know, a 20-year vision of what maybe we should be providing as a city. So we want to get aligned. And all we're really saying here is, all I'd like to say is that, you know, when we're asking councillors to make decisions on something that's going to affect us for the next 20 years, that's a big decision. And it should be part of a plan. It should be part of, you know, at least a 10-year plan. It might change a little bit. So all we're asking, or what I'm asking today, is why don't we pause the sale of the buildings and get a plan? And now we have a plan for this city. And you know what? If that plan comes out and it says the smartest thing we should do is to sell those buildings, you know, personally, I'd be the first one to get my hammer out, be on that lawn and help you pound in the for sale sign. But you know, when the ecosystem that we've been talking to, and that was mentioned by the previous speaker there, right? We have innovation centers. We have Innovate Edmonton. We've got Tech Alberta. We've got the Pharmaceutical Association. I'm going to go represented here by Andrew in a couple minutes. We have got an ecosystem here. We have an opportunity in this city to actually start really using that as an asset that's world class. And so I'm just hoping that we don't get too short-sighted here and then start selling off individual assets as real estate and miss the big picture. Because that big picture, it's not about the money we're going to get from the buildings, the profit. It's about the profit and the taxes that we're going to get from the companies graduating from this kind of community. And I know from where I speak, because Shanna, a company I started, was the first company into the ATC Center in 1988. I built it from 2 people to 100 people, and then I exited. We made multiple multi-millionaires, and then we brought capital back in to the city. Let's just do. I know this can be done. I'm just hoping that we're not too short-sighted about it, and we kind of get ahead of ourselves. And so I would just like, in closing, I would just like to say thank you to Councillor Tang and even Mayor Sohi, because they took a little bit of time prior to this meeting kind of, learn a little bit more. We had a chat, and I think that's the kind of leadership that we're really hoping that can take a look at the bigger picture. And so I'm hopeful, I'm encouraged. I just hope we do the right thing. And that's my 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, I will go to Hadi Sayed. Mr. Sayed?
And I'm not able to reach Mahadi here, so I'm not sure if he's having technical problems.
He's there? Yeah.
Yeah, we just can't hear you. I'm wondering if you're muted by any chance?
While we're figuring that out, maybe I'll go to next speaker.
Yeah, sometimes
Yeah.
if he's just plugging in his headphones.
Yeah, I'll go to Mr. Agarwal.
Thank you, Council, for listening to me and Mr. Mayor. I am Subir Agrawal, and I've been an Edmontonian for 21 years. I just want to introduce myself. I'm an engineer by schooling and have a schooling in management as well. Since I finished my school 31 years ago, I've been in the oil and gas industry, working in innovations, doing design works and other businesses. And the AIM Pumps, who is bidding on this assets to purchase, was incorporated in Edmonton in 2004. And in 2013, we transferred the name to another company. And AIM Pumps and Procurement Inc. is a design of pumping systems, sales business, and all. And I'd like to introduce another company that I own in town here. Is called Temec Engineering Group. Temec Engineering Group was it's been in business for 1984 onwards. And I'm the vice president of that company. The Temec Engineering Group is a design, engineering, creating innovation solutions for oil sands, especially in the tailings area. We have done nice work in tailings ponds and tailing areas to keep the efficiencies going on. We also have worked on a lot of different designs to create the efficiencies and innovations for oil sands projects. And some of the projects we have to shred because it didn't work out. So we also familiar with the shed projects that we have been doing as a Temec Engineering Group. And Temec Engineering Group is a small size, about 60 plus employees company. And both of these company has been in Edmonton for some time. And both of companies would be, in case I'm successful on this bid, would be part of that ATC building. And we are looking for creating more efficiencies for oil and gas and tailings management and water movement industry. And I'm hoping that that could be a future hub for our companies to work in the side, as well as our intentions are to follow the city path, keep the existing tenants going. We also believe in bringing more technology partners, investors to reduce the carbon footprint, clean energy, and I'm a strong personally believer of solar energy and storage cells. And regarding the real estate assets, we have a huge experience in the real estate assets as well. We own real estate in town and around. We have experience, and my team has experience in real estate, especially on the maintenance and preventive maintenance, upgrading the systems, and what needs to be done in the real estate side. We own industrial buildings, office buildings, courthouses, and strip malls in my group. So having said that, all those things are being managed professionally. So if I've been successful on these assets, I definitely will be managed professionally, as well as we can definitely, it's like our previous John was talking about that it's a business case only for investors who's going to be buying this building. John, you're absolutely right. It has to be a business case. And as well as we have to make sure these buildings are working in the right direction and it's a profitable thing, as well as it's working out that building is safe for all tenants. So having said that, and our intentions are to continue with the Innovation Hub, to be an Innovation Hub. We don't want to change anything. And innovation professionals, we wanted to support the innovation professionals, grow the business on the south side, as well as Edmonton as well, and support the new business owners. And that's it from me. And any questions, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Now we'll go back to Mr. Mahdi Sayed. I see that
Thank
he
you.
has.
And
he's
sorry
there.
about, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Nice to see you.
Perfect, perfect. Okay. So thank you, Mayor and the council members. I would like to first thank everyone and go straight into the supporting argument towards Ahmed Jawad and John Murphy's case, that we would like the city to ponder over it with the new leadership and the new council and pose the sale of the building and look it from a very different perspective, because this is an asset. Once it is gone, it will be very difficult to rebuild. Myself, we have been involved in quite innovative AI and ML company. We are part of ATC. We've been there for last quite a few years. And to give a little bit of a history of myself, is that I was part of the team that brought Dell into Edmonton. We could not sustain at that point for very long because of the high price of the oil. But imagine 2,500 people it created jobs for in the city. After that, I was also part of the team that brought Gilead in, and we can see that success. They are still there. So if we have to look at just business consortium people that are right now presenting this, between John, myself, Ahmed, and many other in the research park, we are all very confident that the vision can be built. And of course, the funding can be provided by the federal and the provincial governments as well. So it is not possible, we know that it is not possible to run this completely independently. So there will be some or the other funding that will be required. And if the consortium players come together, as Ahmed Jawad and John mentioned, we can make it happen. We are all successful companies. We have created companies and expanded these visions of our own companies and running our own successful businesses. But having said that, if you go to San Francisco, you go to Toronto, Mars, for example, the Mars district, or a QB3 in San Francisco, these are all centers that actually propel the technologies, and the companies comes out of those ecosystems. We can be scattered. We can be, in South or North or in downtown and whatnot, but here you already have a mass. And what we are losing here right now is that we are giving up an already existing mass with a very short-sighted view, unfortunately. So we want the new leadership under Mayor Sohi and the council members, we really, as business consortium, and you have seen how big we are in terms of our numbers, $200 million, and that is understatement as it was mentioned, 50 plus companies in the park. So we can definitely move the ball forward, provided there is a leadership and a vision to take this further. And the first step is to hold the sale. And I'm going to end my argument there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'll go to Andrew McIsaac.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi, members of the Executive Committee, Council, Administration, and other guests. My name is Andrew McIsaac, and I'm the CEO of Applied Pharmaceutical Innovation, or API for short. We're an independent, not-for-profit organization that launched out of the University of Alberta a little over 4 years ago to address a gap in commercialization of research discoveries and transform the life sciences sector here in Edmonton and beyond. Commercialization starts with early stage research and ends with life-changing products on the market, but there are a lot of steps in between. And that's where API steps in as a platform with the translational capacity and infrastructure to support life science companies and innovators. We work in partnership with industry and post-secondaries across the province and country and support economic development agencies and multiple levels of government. We attract investment here and retain local talent in the life sciences so it stays here. Life sciences is one of the great strengths of our city. At its core includes drug development of new pharmaceuticals and vaccines, cures for ailments, the work of brilliant scientists like Nobel laureate Sir Michael Houghton, innovative companies like Hepion and Entos Pharmaceuticals, and made in Edmonton success stories like Aurinia and Gilead. It also includes natural health products, medical devices, extracts from our agricultural sector, startup companies like Future Fields and Drug Bank, and there's a lot of great work happening in Edmonton, and we should all be proud. Since our launch, we've gained a strong track record in the development of translational capacity for health innovation here. We currently have a core staff of about 45 people and a network of 100 experts, and have incubated companies to a market cap in excess of $500 million. A unique part of our model as a not-for-profit is we build the ecosystem by supporting and incubating local life science innovators. Our model is unique, and our intention is to continue building on this momentum, creating a cluster here that will change the life sciences landscape in Canada. That's where the Edmonton Research Park comes in. In 2021, we publicly launched the Canadian Critical Drug Initiative in partnership with the University of Alberta's Lee Cushing Applied Virology Institute. And the CCDI is a $169 million proposal that will create an integrated research, commercialization, and manufacturing cluster. We've got engagement from health systems across the country, buoyed by the recent success of a new national pharmacare program, and are really establishing Edmonton as the site for a lot of small molecule drug development. We're doing this in close collaboration with our partners, Dr. Houghton and Terrell, and a number of other global leaders in their field. Of the CCDI, it's about half funded right now. We're waiting on the final funding from the province. But part of this is we're working within the Edmonton Research Park, not only on the CCDI, but also just more broadly as an organization, to help catalyze it as an innovation hub where innovative research and organizations can come together in a cluster and capitalize on shared infrastructure. We're doing some of that work right now and have outgrown our space currently. We're in the process of overtaking the BBDC building within the research park, and we're working with many of the tenants directly within that building to continue to build out more resources and capacity for them. We're a member of the ERPBC and a strong supporter of the need for a vibrant research park and a commitment to the innovation and potential of the park for all companies. Our vision is to create a life sciences campus under the broader umbrella of the Edmonton Research Park. And this model is one that's been quite successful in other places like San Diego and Boston. Some of my colleagues who were presenting earlier alluded to. This cluster that we've started here in Edmonton has a huge potential to grow. And I think there's a lot of potential here. We're in conversation as well with the Regional Collaborative Economic Development team in this model of a life sciences campus. And we're actually excited to see in the next item that there are a few vacant city plots of land in the park. When EDC managed the park previously, we didn't inquired about getting lease for some of them, but they had pending deals at the time, and it looks like some of them have pulled through. We're working with cities and others not only to build out our manufacturing sites, but also to build more facilities for life science companies to grow and scale, tied in with the community that's in the park and the other buildings that are currently there. There's tremendous opportunity, and we really hope to work with you to drive forward a vision for the park that capitalizes on the momentum and builds a bright future for Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will next go to Doug Condor.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
I'd just like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you, Mayor and Council. So my name is Doug Condor, and I'm the founder of Sanic Automation here at the Advanced Technology Center in the Edmonton Research Park. Besides being a founder in a technology company in Edmonton, I also own and manage commercial properties in Edmonton, Sherwood Park, and Saskatchewan. I know some of my colleagues have spoken about this issue with the sale of the properties in the Edmonton Research Park, so I'll try to keep things short here. I'd also like to thank Karen Tang for taking the time to meet with some of us at the ATC. It was greatly appreciated. You know, at a high level, I see the argument for the sale of the Research Center 1 and the Advanced Technology Center either going against the vision of the city or just being a great economic burden for the city. And to that, I'd say like RC1 and the ATC, as mentioned, are kind of the heart at the heart of things are places where highly skilled businesses employing highly skilled workers can begin and grow and eventually expand out of the park. The city and the city council decided many years ago to take a quarter section of land and create this research park and encourage innovation. I still believe that this research park matches the vision of the city. I know that a lot of the people on this council ran on a platform of encouraging innovation. So I'm not sure how selling 2 properties whose purpose is to encourage innovation goes with that vision. I know there are 8 new councillors and they weren't they weren't around before, so maybe now's your chance to not just talk the talk, I guess. So if you guys are interested in more than, interested in more technology and innovative companies in the city, selling these 2 properties isn't what you want to be doing. So if it's not the vision of the city, that's the issue, it's got to be economics, I guess, right? So I understand budgets are a lot of fun and everyone's limited in the city here. And I understand that with our current economic situation here, the city is looking to cut costs. I understand that. I have friends that are ex-mayors of the city of Edmonton, and I have ex-councillor friends. And I know that as a councillor, your decisions can only be as good as the information you're given by administration. So I understand that. There's just a few things I wanted to point out to councillors. I read in a couple of places that, by selling the ATC and RC1, it's going to generate additional property tax. And that can't possibly be true because we pay our taxes. I don't know if you see this, all the tenants are paying property tax. So the city has been collecting property tax on the ATC and RC1. So if anyone's saying, if we sell these properties, the city's going to collect extra property tax, I don't believe that to be true. So I question that information. I understand that council was given a report on the operating costs of the building. I'd like to point out that there's a significant difference between the operating cost that was given to council versus what was presented to prospective buyers of the properties. When we asked city administrators where the difference came from, we were told that the operating costs council was given included city staff costs associated with supporting the properties. I know that there are multiple organizations that have bid on running these buildings. So those costs would be eliminated if the city would, instead of selling the buildings, would work with these organizations. I've also read and understood that the city has about $10 million budgeted and approved for the repair and maintenance of the buildings. I understand that might seem like a lot of money, but I also would like to bring to your attention that, again, according to city administrators, there has been no record of any capital expenditures on RC1 or the ATC building. So if you consider that there's been no major repairs and maintenance, say in the last 20 years, then the city spending $10 million, or even double that, it isn't something out of the ordinary. I mean, the property taxes alone would probably would actually pay for that. So I can tell you for the properties that I run, it's very common to budget for 5% of your income on capital projects. So again, over 20 years, they should have been managed. I would say managed, and it should have been taken care of, where you wouldn't have this $10 million or $20 million bill to fix things. But that's just an aside.
Thank you, Mr. Condor. I have to stop you here.
Oh.
Time is over. Next, I will go to Lee McKerwich.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lee McKerowitz. I want to thank you all for taking the time to hear us out today. I'm here with John Yao, who is the prospective purchaser. We made a bid on both of the properties, and when John approached me, I'm a long-time Millwoods resident most of my life, and he approached me about how we could make this work and make it be still a contributing member to the spirit of what the research park was to be all those years ago. And I was dismayed to learn that the city had sort of let things go. But we took up that mantle in order to sort of put forward a proposal that I think actually is very in keeping with what the RPBC is stating here today, that we do need this as to be a hub. We do need this to be something that continues to go forward, building on what was to be a unique experience within the city of Edmonton that would become a cyclical reinvestment into tech and to business here in Edmonton. And so when we put forward the proposal to purchase, we put forward the proposal to purchase for 2 properties. And we were delighted to discover that we were identified by administration for one of them, in which John is currently a tenant. This is really interesting to hear from the ERPBC, that their vision and our proposal are so closely linked. And so I think that when I listen to Subir talk about his purchase as well, we are somewhat in that time frame of bringing the right people together at the right time to continue to build on the Edmonton Research Park as we go forward. So I won't take a lot of time. I've been working with John, who's brought on Derek, who is coming up shortly here, to take care of the commercial aspects. I'm sort of a hearts and minds portion of this. John is the scientist who sees an opportunity to do right for Edmonton, for himself, and for collaboration moving forward in the science and tech world. And we are also working with Chandos Construction in order for their same vision within the park to be represented in whatever we undertake there at the same time. So I feel like with our prospective proposal for purchase, we're actually going to be meeting most of the considerations that have been brought before council here this afternoon, just in a different roundabout little way. Thank you so much. I release the rest of my time.
Thank you so much. I will next go to Derek Claffey.
Thank you, Lee, and I will try not to overlap too much, but good afternoon, everyone. My name is Derek Claffey with NAI Commercial Real Estate. I'm here with Lee McKerowitz and representing proposed purchaser John Yao of Hermé International. So first off, I'd like to thank everyone for having us in attendance. We're truly honored to be considered as one of the prospective purchasers of the Edmonton Research Park properties, ATC and RC1. We're in attendance today to show our commitment to the community that resides in the Research Park and answer any questions. Additionally, want to reiterate our excitement about regarding the opportunity to purchase both these properties. In our proposal, we've extensively outlined our business plan and our intentions for the future operations. But that being said, I'd like to emphasize a couple of points here today. Number one, again, we are honored to be awarded either property, but I'd like to be very clear that we have secured the necessary financing capital to acquire both the ATC and RC1 buildings. In terms of construction, like Lee mentioned earlier, we've been working with Chandos, another occupant of the Research Park, in order to complete the necessary improvements for both buildings, as well as applying a multitude of green initiatives in our scope of work. Along with construction management, Mr. Yao has contacted and contracted the team at NAI Commercial to lease up any vacant space with more like-minded individuals and businesses to add to Edmonton's fast-growing science and technology industry. John has a PhD in chemistry, and his life has been dedicated to the successful innovation and operation of various science, technology, and entrepreneurial projects. Additionally, his business, Hermé International, is currently a tenant in the research park, and he looks forward to expanding there as well. His business is science, and he has no desire to remove any of the restrictive covenants from the properties. His vision and goals are well aligned with the City of Edmonton's vision when they initially created the research park, as well as the city strategy of Connect Edmonton. He hopes to collaborate with the existing occupants, carry forward the city's vision, and create an even stronger community of entrepreneurs to continue investing in the world of science and technology right here in Edmonton. We appreciate your time. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I will next go to John Yao.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. So my name is John Yao. I'm the founder of several companies in Edmonton in Research Park, and also I'm the potential purchaser for this one. So I see this is an opportunity for me to put my vision with the Research Park, because I'm myself a PhD chemist, as an entrepreneur and innovator. So I hope my vision is try to build a innovation community in Edmonton City and to promote more, because I believe the economic potential development potential for the growth of the city is really on the innovation. So I hope I hope we are able to purchase at least one or two to with the team with experienced management team and the construction team to first of all maintain the building at a good shape and very good condition, and secondly promote this center, the buildings to more innovator. So right now the building RC1 only right now is about 50% of occupancy, and I know that a couple company with a bigger space renting, they are moving out this month or so. So probably by the middle of this year, there are only 40% of occupancy rate, which is not efficient. And then I believe ATC maybe just about around 50% occupancy. So there's a gap here. So first of all, there's a lot of innovator engineer like me will have a difficult time to find the space. And secondly, the research park have the space available, but nobody knows and nobody promote it. So my vision is, first of all, I'm going to work closely with the people, the current tenants, to encourage them to stay and try to provide the best service. So if we manage the property, will be available 24/7. So anytime, if even the middle of the night, if you give me a call, I'll go to there to meet with you to solve the problem. And also try to promote this research park and try to bring more innovation company to this one. Because right now the way this building is running is not sustainable, because the occupancy rate is low and nobody knows. And so, and also, even 2 years ago when I tried to find some lab space, and I had a difficult time to find. I know that there's a lot of space available, but just could not find the right person. And even the BBDC Andrew was occupied. That's the second floor have been empty for so many years. But we begged them to give us the lab space. We just said give us space. They said no, because we are waiting for this one to somebody with a big chunk of something, I don't know, somebody or connection or something. But so I will make sure that everybody, every single person, entrepreneur, innovator, no matter their race, no matter their background, they all have the same opportunity. So also I will work closely with the consortium, because this time I know this consortium exists, as I've been we are working in the research park for 2 years. This is the first time I heard this kind of consortium. I don't know. This is I don't know how this form. Nobody tells us that. So first of all, but I'll be happy with working with everybody and with the consortium to make sure that they are happy with the support we are going to provide, and we will be even I know that we might lose money for this one, but again, as long as we could have just increase the community and to promote this innovation. I hope long term it will bring the return to the city and bring to ourselves. So we are prepared to lose some money right now, but just want to promote this kind of idea and make it my vision be realistic, because I have the vision just to try to help, try to do something in Edmonton, try to do some great research, because right now we have several companies we are working with right now. As I co-founded some company has a great future, and I'm very confident that we will go somewhere and try make a big achievement in the near future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Now, next we go to Morenike Olau Sebikan.
Well done, well done. I'm Morenike Olau Sebikan, and
I got it.
Yeah, you got it. I'm the founder, CEO of Kimet Advanced Manufacturing Limited. I see my mouth doesn't match my words. I want to make sure everyone can hear me. Can you all hear me? Okay, perfect. And Kimet Advanced Manufacturing is exploring technology, manufacturing, pharma to solve global drug shortages. And when I learned about the sale, there are two things that are top of mind for me. The first is I honestly am agnostic about who owns the property if we are grandfathered. So I would really prefer that whatever happens, we are grandfathered in our current arrangement. And I know that sounds pretty selfish, but it's also because of the experience I had navigating these systems to get anywhere to start my startup. So we keep talking about the ecosystem and how supportive it is, but listening in this call, I've not heard anyone who sounds like me or looks like me speak of ownership in this park. And honestly, I think I slipped, fell, and there was a crack. No one was paying attention, and I got in. So it wasn't because the Edmonton Research Park is progressive and advanced. It's so dysfunctionally run that it didn't have the chance to be racist or sexist or ageist, and that's how I got in. That's my experience. And so when I look at the scene in Alberta, we keep talking about how it's progressive. I would just say a spectrum of experiences I had trying to start my startup. In a place that's supposed to be an incubator in Edmonton, I got told to pay $150 per hour consulting fee. There was another supposed incubator that told me I had to bring my business model, I had to bring for revenue, I also had to bring investors to be incubated. I'm like, well, that doesn't sound like an egg that needs to be incubated. That doesn't even sound like a fetus. That sounds like a full-on adult company. This person also told me that my idea was so ridiculous without checking or questioning that I would have to be able to build a car in my room for my idea to be feasible. To my face, I was told this, an incubator in Edmonton. Then I thought, oh, I'll go to Calgary. In Calgary, I needed to get regulatory approval. I needed a door, a sink, and to paint a 400 square foot space. This incubator handed me a $9,623.25 bill. A startup that hasn't started for a door, sink, and to paint. So I slipped, fell through the cracks of dysfunction into Edmonton Research Park. And I just want to make sure that anyone who looks like me actually has a space. And I'm reading the gender-based analysis section of this sale, and I'm seeing how so light in critical thinking it is. So my second point is gender-based analysis cannot just be a superficial thing that we just throw at the bottom of the thing with two lines. There are people who look like me. They're gender diverse people. They're indigenous people. They're neurodivergent people. How are we going to create a space for innovation where someone doesn't get told your idea is so ridiculous? It's the equivalent of me building a car in my bedroom before they're even questioned on their ideas. I really want to say a strong thank you to Councillor Tang because she was critical in the milestones. I'm now generating revenue. I'm now putting in work into my front-end engineering designs. I'm now raising funds in the US. In all likelihood, I'll probably move to the US where there's racism, but at least they don't say things to your face that completely disrupt the chance of you even starting. Thank you for the time. And I really hope that I have conveyed my really strong feelings and sentiments and experiences around this, such that more people who look like me actually have a space in science, technology, engineering, manufacturing, and pharmaceuticals and construction too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. And unfortunately, and we'll definitely ask those questions. We do have one more speaker, and I'll go to Gail Pauley, who is here in person.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to speak to you all today. I'm speaking as an informed citizen of Edmonton and as a champion of innovation in Alberta and Canada. I graduated from U of A Engineering over 30 years ago, and my career has ranged from positions as an advanced control engineer, someone who puts cruise control in refineries and power facilities, to roles as programmer, project manager, director of strategic initiatives, and VP corporate development. I have a passion for Canada being recognized for innovation instead of just natural resources. I have worked for companies large and small, Procter & Gamble, and local successful innovative technology companies like Matricon, who grew to 600 people, and Willow Glen Systems, as well as at the Alberta Research Council and the University of Alberta. I have lived and worked in Calgary, Vancouver, Toronto, and back to Edmonton, coming back due to the innovation potential of this city, and that it is just a great place to raise a family. I quit my day job over 5 years ago to be a full-time innovation champion, volunteering in leadership positions such as President of Technology Alberta, which has an Alberta-wide board, half in Edmonton, half in Calgary, President of my community league at Windsor Park near the University of Alberta, elected member of the Edmonton Regional Innovation Network Steering Committee, which is run as part of a provincial network by Alberta Innovates, a member of the new Innovation Growth Council Advisory of the newly reformed Innovate Edmonton, and as a member of the University of Alberta Alumni Council, current U of A Computing Science Industry Advisory Council, and more. Of note, during COVID, Technology Alberta recognized that many university students were going without jobs. And since we had the relationships with many growing tech companies across the province, we rallied them all together, and with federal and provincial government support, we created hundreds of jobs for Alberta students. And now this program is being supported for another 3 years, and many of the tech companies at the Advanced Technology Centre are part of the community and are hiring these students. Which brings us to the topic at hand. This city has 3 important world-class innovation investments that are relevant to today's considerations. The first is the University of Alberta, which is a leading research university. It's third in the world in advanced technologies and computing science, such as artificial intelligence and machine learning, due to decades and millions of dollars of federal and provincial investment. It's also one of the top engineering schools in Canada. As a result, Edmonton has talent, recognized both by Google DeepMind, who created its first North American office here in Edmonton, and demonstrated by one of the city's strongest concentrations of applied technology companies run by serial entrepreneurs, which reside at the Advanced Technology Centre at the Edmonton Research Park, who collectively have won awards for their collaboration, which has attracted millions and millions of dollars, with an example being the Supercomputing Centre at the University of Alberta, which is developed to attract more entrepreneurs to build advanced technologies, collaborate with researchers, and build their companies here in Edmonton. The second element I'd like to draw attention to is the Alberta Research Council. Its huge flagship facility resides in the Edmonton Research Park, and they not only innovate with companies large and small, but it has attracted dozens of research-focused businesses to the park. And the third element, Edmonton is also world-class at community building, as seen by the unique Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues framework, whereby the city provides a meeting place, a community center in each district, where volunteer leadership brings community together through programs and events, building community spirit, supporting their area, and together building a city where people want to live, work, and grow. The city has effectively leveraged the strength of thousands of volunteers by empowering them to build their community and a great city. In fact, this is what the Advanced Technology Center is at the Edmonton Research Park. In fact, it is the Advanced Technology Collaboration and Community Center, which also has offices to provide significant income and support a local entrepreneurial community of startups and scale-ups. ATC has historic architecture, yet it is a very modern-looking building. It inspires, it has outstanding meeting places and high ceilings with many windows and wide hallways to encourage collaborative conversations. It is where NRC IRAP, the National Research Council Industrial Research Assistance Program, has chosen to locate its offices in its role to be with the innovation community and to connect and support and to help local innovators to grow and hire. ATC has held barbecues and programmed community events in partnership with Edmonton's downtown innovation offices, and that have invigorated companies large, like Syncrude Research, and small, and is a connecting ground for the industrial area in the south side of Edmonton, connecting each other and making connections with the universities through collaboration on many projects. Not only is U of A now involved, but also NATE and the business talent at McEwen and Norquest. Over 40 years ago, community and thought leaders from the government, the City of Edmonton, and the University of Alberta designed and built the Edmonton Research Park for this purpose, to attract and create innovative industry and businesses, tying them to our city's young talent and researchers, to create jobs and an economy that will always be relevant and vibrant as it is tied to the future and the innovation economy. We need to support a diverse community to bring innovation to market. We need downtown, we need universities, we need industrial sectors, and we need the vision to bring them all together.
Ms. Polly,
Thank you.
time is over. Thank you so much.
For supporting a strong future in Edmonton.
Thank you. Thank you for being. Thank you, everyone, for making a presentation and being part of this discussion. So we have concluded with your presentation. Now we will go to committee members and council members for questions to you. So I know Councillor Tang, this is very near and dear to you. I think it's very near and dear to many of us. So, but you've been working on this file for a while. So I don't see any other committee members signing up yet, but I'll go to you for questions. Councillor Tang.
I just want to take a moment and thank everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank everybody for taking the time out today to come and speak and advocate on your positions and also share your stories. I've met many of you along the way and have seen many of you kind of grow your company and your plans and scale. And I'm really excited that you're doing that all as part of, the Southeast and the Wargadahio. I'm going to start with Ahmad. Thank you for that presentation and kicking off the conversation about the consortium. So the consortium, if I understand, is actually relatively new, and you've been meeting relatively informally in the past, sort of like bringing communities or bringing the business together. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And
we were organic organization before, meaning for years, but we gave it a name specifically after the sale proposal that was on.
right. So perhaps there's a reason why if someone might be moved into the park, a few years ago, might not know the formal name of the consortium, but might know some of the other businesses. And given the long history in terms of the handover from EEDC to the City of Edmonton, what are some of the things that you feel has really changed in terms of services and programs? If you can just shed some light on that.
First, when it comes to programs, EEDC, we had great staff in the building at the time. I would name Amanda and Raj. They did a good job in terms of bringing in programs and bringing speakers and connecting with the staff internally. But I think EEDC also lost focus, and this is why they lost basically the building. Now, when it comes to the city after the move, I like to thank all the city employees who assist us. But really, I realized basically the city it's a second thought for them, the park, and also the building, and we had challenges in terms of basic maintenance and so on. That doesn't mean that the people there were not aware of it or didn't want to be aware of it, just because it's not part of their focus.
Yeah.
And I think this also tells us that the city, basically the park for them, is something that maybe they would like to get rid of. And this is part of the reason why we're here.
Yeah, and so I guess I just want to point out that that program that you were talking about is really incubation and helping businesses, I guess, flourish and grow and thrive and build that connections, right?
That's correct.
I want to hear from you, but I also want to just invite John and Mahadi to comment. You know, you've heard from some prospective buyers as well during today's presentation that really share a lot of the visions that many of you have, you know, talked about. I guess, were you aware of that? Aware that there might be people who may not be formally part of the consortium, but have a similar kind of interest?
I would say no.
Well, if I can just comment,
Sure.
I think that you know, I was always hopeful, and that whoever would buy that would you know, have the right attitude and be supportive of a vision. And I think we've heard a lot of that today. And while I think that that's actually very admirable, and you know, John, I know John, and a brilliant scientist, you know, just excellent. So I think this is not about that, though. I really just think this is about, you know, you have a private companies who, for the next 5 or whatever 10 years, I don't know, maybe it would just be great, right? But ultimately, you've got an alignment issue with when you have private, a private agenda and a kind of a more community agenda at some point, and I don't know where, and I don't know with who. Maybe not these folks at all. That's going to divide.
Yeah.
And so, you know, here we sit on a point where it's kind of, it's not about should you sell a building to folks like that? They're great. It's should this be privatized versus having more of an actual community, like a city vision here. And we just don't have the plan right now. I think that's fair enough. We've kind of lost it from 40 years ago. We need to get that plan again.
So appreciate that, John. And so you feel that in order to achieve a certain vision, the city needs to kind of own that property and to really direct that, rather than perhaps say working in partnership. And that you feel that if it is privatized, that ultimately there will be a divergence of interest. Just so I'm clear.
Yeah,
clear on what you
that
just
would be
said.
my concern.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everyone, taking your time come here and to share your passion to support our city and moving forward and with our economic development. So I have a few questions and to different speakers. The first one, from Business Consortia, and so I do appreciate, and then you brought very good point about the city vision for the long-term plan, and then in terms of city's innovation ecosystem and also business community. And so you asked the path for the sale. And so I just want to get a sense, do you have any detailed information can share with me and also my colleagues here about what's your vision or what's your long-term plan you can say could benefit to our city?
And I'm assuming it's for me, the question, is that correct? Good stuff. What's my vision? I'm a business person. I want to be successful. I want to hire people from the city, and I want to attract businesses and sell overseas. So this is me as a business person. As a business person, I am busy with my business, but I'm here today because I look at the community, be it the innovation community or the community at large. And I'm part of a community. My vision is also to be part of a community that's strong, attract talents, and also say, this is Edmonton. Same thing we talk about San Francisco. So I know we're 1 million people, but Gail mentioned about Innovation Center as University of Alberta and others. I think we have the talents, but the problem is, specifically after COVID, somebody could be hired here and working for New York or working for somewhere else. I need, as a business person, to attract those to work for us here in the city. But more importantly, attract investment from outside and so on. My vision is to be in a place, not only the research park, but Edmonton and Alberta as a whole is diverse in economy. And when we talk that, is not only one type of economy. And we're not asking, and for sure, all of the team, all the speakers, specifically people from the park, we're not asking for money. We're asking for policies that could support our business to move forward and to be able to grow, and that's key. Same thing what John said, he had one person, he started with one person, he had 100 people. I have 20 people. You know, some people remind me, you know, it's good sometimes to talk about success. As a 20 people company in Edmonton, we won many RFPs in Edmonton for against companies who are in the stock exchange in New York. So we don't talk about that every day, but the question is, it's happened, the success here, and that success happens because we're part of the ecosystem. My success, not only because of my company, because I know John, I know Mehadi, we interact together, we interact about business strategies and also ideas.
Thank you. I appreciate it for that answer because as a strong believer in our city's economic development and recovery, and based on so many different factors, and then all of you mentioned. And thank you for your passion and to our city's economic development. So my next question is to Mr. Yao.
Yes.
Mr. Yao, I do appreciate you bring that occupancy rate. And because the occupancy rate actually indirectly will reflect how many investments our city attract, how many jobs, and based on those business could create. And can you share with me a little bit more about your strategy to increase occupancy, and then for that building, and you mentioned RC1?
Yes. So basically, a lot of just the other speakers saying that the current the way to select the innovation. So innovation some there's no only the market could to adjust or the there's a review to adjust to see which technology, which idea is good or not. It's not based on this idea is so dumb, it was so stupid. But only you have to let the market to do the job to select the success company or not. It's not based on the one person or a group of person to evaluate your business plan or something. But as long as you have some idea, you have some great idea you want to try, you give it a try, we give it a chance. So that's why I want to bring this attitude to all the innovators. I will encourage everybody to, if you have an idea, you will give you the space and you can try. If it doesn't work, we are going to provide a very flexible renting plan. So you can stay there for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. As long as you want to stay longer, you can stay longer. But you say, oh, that doesn't work. I have to, I will give up. That's fine. So I will provide a very flexible and very friendly and user-friendly policy for the renter, and try to basically just to try to promote this kind of to encourage people to think innovatively and try to try things out. So I will be promote this kind of facility and let more people know. So I hope that will be
thank you.
Make it
Yeah, thank you for sharing your vision on this. I heard you are a scientist. Thank you for your rational thinking on it.
Thank you, Councillor Reyes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to everyone for joining today. And maybe Mr. Murphy, I think just in response to a question a bit earlier, I wanted to double check, and it could also be to Mr. Jawad here. What I'm struggling with, and I'll give a quick story, is that I think back to a few years ago and how when there was a sort of innovation group within EDC, we had there were concerns expressed from the community about our inability to be flexible as a city and nimble and responsive. And frankly, I think it was probably valid, those concerns. I do really think so. So what I'm trying to figure out is why would owning a building help with that? Like, what does that do versus as a city, as a corporation, as a city with these different groups like Innovate Edmonton, wouldn't it be better for us to focus our time and attention on helping to build up that community versus running something where that nimbleness and flexibility is often not our strong suit when you compare it to the private sector? So whether it's yourself or Mr. Murphy or anyone who would like to see the city hang on to it, I'm happy to get a response. But
Yeah, if I could just reply. So I separate the difference between the city running, that the park, and the city owning the park. Because owning the park is great because it supports a 20, 30, 40-year vision. Running the park, you guys are, let's just say, there's better folks that could maybe do that. And right on this meeting, we have Andrew McIsaac, who's bringing hundreds of $1 million. He'll be managing that BBDC building. There's lots of ways. The ecosystem have a lot of ways that if we got together and had a bit of a plan, I do believe we could come up with a very effective plan forward for the entire park. And it would probably not include the city actually running a building. Just saying.
yeah, I see what you're saying. I saw a couple hands go up. Sorry, Miss. Yeah, just jump. Whoever had their hands up, I've got a few moments left, so go ahead. Okay, Mr. Claffey?
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to add, essentially, I think part of the concern is that when you look across the street, your net rental rates are $20 a square foot. Well, we certainly understand that I get phone calls every day as a commercial real estate agent of new businesses looking to start up. Unfortunately, I represent that landlord, and that landlord has their expectations of what the rates are going to be. In this situation, and I hope everyone can kind of understand what John is trying to say about his goals and his vision for the property, because in this situation, if you have a new business coming in and they're paying those, $35 gross rents, how are they going to get off the ground? They might as well be working in their garage, as far as I'm concerned. What John is trying to do is create a collaborative environment, just like the city's mandate when they built both properties, and they want to continue that going forward and work with people to make sure that they can get in with, low overhead costs, as well as the support of the community around them to grow their business.
Thank you. I'm running a little on time, but I'm going to go to Mr. Jawad, who my last little bit.
Just thanks, Mr. Claffey, for mentioning the rate. We pay about $30 square foot. So it is sometimes above or below certain places. So we're not in a place which is competitive in a sense. And like John, I want to kind of emphasize John's point is the city owning is different than city running.
Sure.
And that's key. And part of our plan should be discussed with many stakeholders, is who could run this place? There is any organization we could create or exist. Unfortunately, Innovate Edmonton, which is the city of Edmonton, basically also initiatives, said no. But we could create another organization. There's many organizations in Edmonton who could do that. Us, we are business people. I need to create value. I need to hire people. I need to move forward. But also I need a place, not only a basement or office. I need a campus. I need an ecosystem.
I appreciate that. I'm pretty much.
I'll just jump real quick in here. The question is private or public, and the problem with private is there's nothing stopping once you've let the horses out of the barn, so to speak, from a private person for selling it to someone else that has a totally different vision. You need to keep it in the public's hands and let an organization run it, but not the city of Edmonton.
Appreciate it. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson? Sorry, Councillor Stevenson is not there anymore.
Well, yes, I think those responses answered the questions that I had, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I do have a couple of questions. I think it was you, John. I think it was John Murphy that you made a comment that's really kind of made me think about asking this question, that you said we should not be looking at this as a piece of real estate, right? That we should be looking at a broader eco-innovation system and the potential of that continue to support innovation and economic growth. That's a question we will ask to administration as well, that whether they've done that analysis, because this was run by a kind of arm's length body before, EEDC, and this also leads to my second question would be, city owned the park, but a management company ran it, right? So if you're proposing the same model again, right, how things would be different. So my first question is, how do we shift the conversation from away from real estate and focus on innovation ecosystem? Second one is the lessons learned from the previous way the park was managed. Maybe I'll go to who's been the longest. I think Mr. Jawad, you've been the longest, right? Right. So maybe you can tackle that question. Yeah. Mike, turn your mic on.
Sorry. Thank you for what you said. What you said is a starting point of a plan. Find out, learn lesson learns, going back on what's worked and what doesn't work. Talking to us, talking to the larger community in terms of what does innovation mean and what are strengths that we have in the city that we could build on, and that's key. For us to have a plan, I think we would need to meet, with the city and then with the larger stakeholders. You have many organizations that work on innovation in Edmonton and work about even selling Edmonton as a product and services. You have Edmonton Global, for example. I think they should be on the table in terms of looking about a future of a plan for innovation and how the park could fit into that. Now, in terms of, you mentioned the experience of EEDC, and there is challenges there. We could learn a lot from that, but also it doesn't have to be an entity that is only about real estate. This entity could be also about programs, and that could be created easily. We have, I don't want to mention names and organizations that are all great, and they could play that role, but also we could create one. We could create one. There's lots of people who want to work. I've been in the city since 1986, and I'm going to stay in that city. There's lots to offer here, and we want to make that point. And I think from my experience last 6 months, talking about this, talk to amazing people, and even with those people, talking to them, a plan could be built. So I think, having the next step will be is how can we make this happen more in a structured way. So,
were there any maybe this is a question to admin, I'll ask that, which is that were there any analysis done of the sale of these properties and the impact that would have on the current innovation ecosystem that exists?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay.
But let me share with you my experience. My experience, the city is selling the building. And they didn't even ask us what interruption will happen on your business. There's over 25 companies in there, and I'm going to correct, there's no 50% rent. There's over 75% occupancy rate of this place. And nobody from the city asked, what's the interruption on your business? What could be the transition happen? And we're not talking about, we're talking about businesses been there for a while. We have, servers, we have labs and all of that. I think this is something also should be looked at. And we're not asking for money or anything. We're asking for, there's an impact. Okay. And you have many people working there, so.
Got it. Now, thank you everyone for your presentation. I think what we need to figure out is what does that good model look like that continue to sustain the ecosystem and grow the ecosystem and really help with our economic growth. So we'll ask those questions, shifting the conversation from real estate to actually economic growth and opportunities. Yeah, okay, good. We'll ask those questions to admin when we get there. And I know Councillor Tang has a few more questions. So Councillor Tang, over to you.
Thank you for the patience of my colleagues. I have a question for Morinike. I think, you share a very unique story and your experience. And I guess, can you just tell us a little bit more, because you're very new to the park. Can you tell us a little bit about what moving into the park meant for you as a company in terms of the traction you've gained?
Well, I started out as a pharmacy, a compounding pharmacy. So I can't actually start in my garage. I actually must have a space. So it meant that I could even start. And so in July, I started my operation, and the experience I had, like I've run another retail operation for 10 years, hired over 20 staff, run a foundation. And the experience I had was 2 years of looking for space, support, incubation, investment. If someone like me can struggle that hard in Edmonton, can you imagine people who have no background in what I had with an idea, pursuing it? So it was the difference between starting or not, I suppose. And since then, I've got a lot of traction. I have customers, I have revenue. I've launched the digital platform 30 days ago. I'm raising funds. I'm in really promising partnerships with the federal government, got backed by the NRC IRAP. In August, I'm going to be raising rounds in the US. So it was the difference between launching or not launching.
Yeah. And I think we need more stories like yours. And I think there's a lot, in the research park that hasn't really been, I guess, highlighted over the years. And I want to, highlight this point, what you said about dysfunctionality. And I don't want dysfunctionality to be the reason startups and founders like yourself can succeed. So what are some of those key lessons that you think that will hopefully a functioning system should really take heart to, whether it's city or otherwise?
I think if it's hopefully the city, definitely prioritizing people who are more marginalized, because Edmonton, it does a really good job at excluding people who look like me from tech and from engineering and from manufacturing and from pharma. So definitely having some kind of parameter that actually is equity-based, that prioritizes people who look like me into spaces so that they can actually have access to resources. Without having the space, I couldn't apply for other funds. I couldn't employ people. I couldn't attract suppliers. So I would say for sure that. And then the management of the space is so confusing and convoluted. Actually just knowing who is running what with some kind of clarity would be helpful.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you so much. I'm out of time, but I'm very sorry, Mr. Mayor, I might need another round. Just one more.
Okay, we have many other items to deal with, but I understand we have a motion to deal with as well. So time pressure, but I understand the reason. So Councillor Rice, you're next.
I have one more question to Mr. Yao.
Yes.
Because you demonstrate the big passion to respond to the sales of these two buildings, like our Mayor Sohim mentioned, we would like to focus on how could this purchase support our innovation ecosystem, and then also to support our city's economic development. And because Edmonton Research Park plays a key role and in our city's diversified economic development, including technology and innovation, including life science, other things. Can you tell me more about what's your plan to do this?
Okay, so first of all, I will get in touch with each individual tenant and the company and try to understand what they are doing and try to say if there's something we can help, because I have been working in this innovation entrepreneur for almost more than 10 years. So I believe what we're doing, first of all, building closely connected community. So everybody help to each other. Not myself to help them, and they can help me or each other help. So we have the community, and we can promote this community and make them feel this like a home, and they can get support. For example, if they need some information, maybe somebody in the community will know, and then this will bring us together and as support to each other. And also, yeah, definitely we'll be very happy to talk to the city, the council or the mayor to say if there's any program we can support our local innovation and try to bring some very fair program. Not based on the so based on the is based on the so these are the very transparent rules and discussing. It's not based on the small group of people are selected to other support. We will have the, like I said, equal opportunity to each everybody. Like it doesn't matter what the race is or what your background. So as long as you have a good idea and as long as you are willing to contribute, this is the kind of innovation, and we will be encouraging them to do that. So I will try to first of all just build a good community. That's very important, and also working close to each other, like the city and to the each individual entrepreneur together.
Thank you. And mindful of my time, I have do have one more questions to Mr. Karafi. And then you mentioned about business plan and to support our future city's economic development. Can you introduce a little bit more and about this business plan to how to support our city's economic development?
I think a lot of the business plan is based around John's vision for the property. For me, it's just, making sure that what he said about the tenants, like, to be honest with you, I didn't know this building was even available for lease. Like I had zero idea when John approached me. So that kind of shows you a sign of like, maybe the mismanagement of the property. What we can do is like, the more people that get in there, the more occupants, the more, business entrepreneurs that have the same ideas that John does, he gives them an avenue to go down and to be successful. I think in terms of the business plan, ours is based on our construction schedule, working with Shandos on how we can slowly roll out different green initiatives, solar panels, EV charging stations. All this stuff is included in our business plan. And I think you'd be crazy not to go into a purchase like this without a proper business plan. So
thank you.
I'm here, as well as property management people that we've referred to John, to make sure that we're all kind of aligned on our interests and we're doing what we can to make sure that it's successful from a purchase standpoint, but also like John's vision, he wants to leave a legacy. This is his passion. This is everything he's lived for. So that's kind of what we're trying to align.
Thank you, Ms. Claffrey. Councillor Tang.
The question's for Andrew. You're still here?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Innovation Corridor?
Yes, I am.
So the way I understand the Innovation Corridor is quite clustered centrally downtown and, university area. How do you feel the research park, and if not the research park, then, at least API and what you're trying to accomplish through the critical drug initiative fit in with that vision of Innovation Corridor?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm a big fan of downtown. Our head offices are there. I used to serve on the Downtown Edmonton Community League. And, I think there's a lot of potential there. But we need to realize that there's different activities that need to take part in different pieces of the city. One of the reasons that we've chosen the research park for the manufacturing side is it's not a use that you can do downtown. Certainly not inexpensively. And, in cases where you're working with pharmaceuticals, you've got drums of, 200 liters of chemical input, you need loading docks. It's not something that would fit within the downtown core. The big sort of challenge, especially when you're looking at a sector growth, is there's different components that companies need that is supportive as a whole. So we really see, for example, growth within the research park as growth within downtown, as the companies with their offices, with their more sort of later R&D phases can take part. And then at the same time within the research park, there's that lower cost, medium to light industrial land that's really best use is for those types of activities. And it's a way that you can also do it in a way that is affordable for the companies that are looking to set up there. In terms of the corridor, our sort of vision for the corridor doesn't end with the U of A. It continues down to the research park. One of the things we're looking to do, especially as we take on the BBDC, is even if we have to do it ourselves, is support a shuttle service between an LRT station in the park, or building some more transportation, especially as we have more students going in between the park and downtown, because there's a lot of interplay there and it's important for people to see the whole perspective. And really, economic development is something that spans across geographical areas within the city, and it's important that we build this sort of corridor in a way that includes that larger scale piece that Edmonton actually is competitively aligned to do.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate your presentations and your time. And we will go to administration now for questions. I would like to try to conclude this item before 3:30. So, Councillor Knack, if you could move the motion, so that the presenters can also see what direction we are kind of seeking from or giving administration, or actually going to talk about it. Then we'll see how it goes.
Absolutely.
Through the committee, right?
So yes, this motion, and just to be clear, is on behalf of Councillor Tang. She wrote it, and so, but she's not on committee, so I'm happy to move it. And the motion is that administration engage with businesses in the research park and city-funded economic development partners to provide options and actions to advance economic development opportunities, including but not limited to life science research and development in the Edmonton Research Park in alignment with the principles in the Economic Action Plan. And I'm happy to defer to Councillor Tang for questions. I as the ward councillor, I don't need to. I'll let her take the lead. Thank you.
As other council members sign up, maybe I'll ask questions to admin in the meantime on this. So, Mr. Corbould, I know that over the last few years, from EEDC to Innovate Edmonton, lot has changed, right? From and during that change, even like our administration was not focused as much on innovation because that was somewhere else and housed somewhere else. I just want to get a sense from you. You've been listening to this conversation. How we shift that conversation, that we don't see this park as real estate. We see this as a innovation ecosystem and support that ecosystem by like what has to happen. We own the buildings. Just want to get a sense from you, like where can we go with it, that we look in a more broader way instead of just managing the assets.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I think we probably need to do a bit of a reset. I've heard there's been some good points made by everyone today, and so I think the way to do that is to probably do a reset. I think there's some good discussions about how we do it. What I'm encouraged by is I don't think anybody has a different perspective on what the vision should be. I think we're now talking about how best to achieve that, and I think we can do that collaboratively. The report, certainly being brought today, it is very much a report on a real estate transaction that we were asked to do. So that is what you're seeing.
Yeah, it's not a criticism of the administration in any way. It's more about the direction was given.
Absolutely.
Now we need to shift that direction.
Yeah.
So does this motion that is in front of you give you enough to go revisit and have conversation with the
I think it does, and I understand the point too, because I would agree with Councillor Knack that public services are not generally your agile innovators, but we can help with creating space for that. And I think another good example of that is the incubator that the Government of Alberta runs in Leduc, which is a really good agricultural and food processing incubator, which is owned by the government, but very much run by some real innovator scientist folks in there. So we can create a model that works for everyone, I think.
Good.
And we can certainly lead with a motion like this to do that. But just heard a ton of good points as well. So
that's good. I really want to commend Councillor Tang for taking the leadership on this and working with the folks who made presentation today and really trying to figure this out. So one question on this is to the mover, and I think one thing I noticed missing in the motion, we talk about city-funded agencies, but we are not talking about provincial and federal funded innovation agencies. Maybe we need to include that in the motion because that could be part of the conversation. Prairie Scans comes to mind, for example. They have tons of innovation programs. what is that province's, Mr. Schweitzer's area, right?
Yeah.
Right,
And
so
Edmonton Innovates.
I think
a lot
there's
of administration's
other
focus.
agencies that we can have a conversation with. So if that could be included in the motion, I'm pretty sure that's kind of friendly.
No, I think so, or just a matter of changing the word city funded to government funded.
So that we are actually talking to those entities as well. Good. All right. Good. Thank you, Councillor Tang, for all your hard work. I'll go to Councillor Rice next.
Before I start, just to clarify, and then the question to administration regarding 6.6 and 7.1, both, right? Okay.
Yeah, both.
So what I heard here today, and then a little bit surprised me, is different, and from this reports I received and I reviewed. So I do understand right now the discussion, and based on the direction from mayor, and then switch to supporting innovation ecosystem, and from Real East perspective. So I still have some questions regarding the reports in front of me. So the first question is about when this sales offer put out, what type of criteria and for the public to apply for to bidder these sales?
So the question is, what criteria did we include within our sale listing process?
Yes, please.
Bear with me just one.
Because I do notice a different type of organization and then applied and for these sales.
Yes, so the first one was we wanted to ensure that there was conformance with the Edmonton Research Park restrictive covenant, as we know that is one of the governing tools in terms of how research and innovation will be used with any facility. And so through that covenant, any use within the park needs to have a minimum of 50% research use. So that was a mandatory criteria that we had looked at. Secondly to that, we were looking at real estate conditions, so the types of proposed purchase prices that would be coming in, transaction terms, and other conditions that each buyer or prospective purchaser was looking at. We also looked at how the proposal fit with the original intent of the Edmonton Research Park. So when that was originally envisioned way back in the early 80s there. And then what the future plans are for the property specific to any individual buyer, including plans for existing tenants and how they would envision either retaining them or what their thoughts were related to that.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just want to mention for my time. I do have a next question. So the question, if we switch the focus and from original reports provided here and to this new direction, and then do we have any strategy in place and how to assist the impact and for the process is already in place? And then also, do we have the strategy how we can protect the jobs and economic development and based on this switch?
Councillor Rice, Ms. McCabe here. I think that's the work of this motion, is to make sure that we are looking at the research park from an economic development perspective and how we can continue to support what role the city could take in supporting the businesses down there as well as job creation.
The first part of the question, what's the impact and for the process is already in place and for people to take time and create all this application and for purchase?
Well, for the economic action plan at this point, there isn't, I would say there's a limited impact to the processes in place. And I think this is a good body of work to continue to support the economic action plan. And we've got capacity within the team in order to do this next level of engagement.
Is that fair to say, and because the motion on the floor right now, we are past the sales process for the two buildings?
That's the intent.
Okay,
Yeah, and I would say
Someone else should weigh in on that.
So just to be clear, there's a motion or there's a recommendation in 6.6 that will need to be dealt with.
So as the mover, maybe I can answer that question. So the intention, so this is really, sort of its own economic development motion, focus on that. It's not necessarily related to the pause or the sale. And when the time comes to it, I will speak to that, but they're not necessarily conflated as the same thing.
That is why I want to get confirmation, and because I need to know which part I'm going to vote, and it's for the sales and for this one.
They're two different. We will have two different votes.
Yeah, and I'm happy to confirm, if it helps your worship, that no matter what the decision is on the sale, we can achieve this motion.
Okay, got it.
With whether or not it gets sold.
Got it. I just needed to, good. All right, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question to the mover was the same, just how this motion relates to the sale of the building? Or do you feel that this needs to be accomplished with a specific decision one way or another on that sale?
Yeah, I would say this motion is, to use the words of one of our speakers, agnostic in terms of the owner. I think there's a lot of opportunities for the city to take the leadership on this, and this is not a motion on the sale itself.
Great. No, thank you for that. I think I don't have any further questions. I think that's very clear, and I see a lot of those answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Now, Councillor Tang, you have the chance to ask questions. Go ahead.
So I guess I just want to, number one, I want to kind of ask a little bit about the economic action plan. I really appreciate administration's help in shaping this motion. But would you say that the Edmonton Research Park, given all that is happening, given all the stories that we've heard, would you say that the economic action plan, which is the city's vision for economic development, encompasses what has been kind of highlighted today?
Councillor Tang, I think there's opportunities for us to definitely elevate the economic development opportunity and the connections to the economic action plan, and I look forward to doing that with the businesses down in the research park via this motion if it's to pass.
Mm-hmm. And then kind of, I guess, a bit of a follow-up, but want to hear your perspective, Ms. McCabe, around the innovation corridor. Is the innovation corridor, kind of as outlined in the action plan, really more focus around the post-secondaries that are centrally located?
It is, and it's from the city plan in terms of the innovation corridor is from the University of Alberta to downtown, with that focus on the connection between downtown and our post-secondary institutes. And I think if this motion passes, that's some of the work that we can do. And maybe that's not the right, perhaps there's an amendment we need to do there. And I think Mr. Corbould used the right word here today in terms of a reset, and we'll move forward with that reset.
Yeah, and I guess regardless of ownership, whether it's public or private, would you say that a lot of these conversations should still happen, given sort of the, just a few days ago, we heard about this report from Edmonton Global about how life sciences and, pharmaceutical manufacturing is really on the rise in Edmonton and the region?
Agreed, and so I think there's an opportunity there for us to work with Edmonton Global and figure out how we can best support the research park and best support that sector as a city. There's definitely an opportunity here.
Thank you so much. I guess some questions for the real estate team. So if I understand correctly, after the EDC transition to the city, we as property owners, we are also management. Can you kind of speak to a little bit of our connections with the tenants, how responsive we are we good managers? And I think I've heard a lot from the entrepreneurs in the park about some of the challenges they face in interacting with the city on that regard. I guess if you have any response to that.
Yeah, for sure. So our role essentially, since EEDC's mandate has changed, was to basically take over the property as both fully the landlord and as a property manager. When we took that over in 2020, EEDC had a different mandate and budget associated with the work that they operated under. And so the city's primary goal has been to try to communicate with the tenants to support them as much as we can within the current confines of our own budget and ensure that we can support their needs as best we can. And additionally, we are essentially the Research Park Authority. So when there is a application that comes forward, it does come through administration to review. And that's a coordinated effort between both real estate and planning to see how does that align with the restrictive covenant that's in place. And that would move forwards with either the acceptance or not acceptance of any tenant that would come in. And that's essentially how it's been operating for the last year and a bit here.
Yeah, and I guess I just want to clarify that whole Innovate Edmonton conversations, that at the beginning, it was a real estate conversation about whether or not they would essentially, kind of take care of this real estate property. But what if we shifted the conversation, I guess that's a question to you, Ms. McCabe, towards not so much managing the property, but the programming that we've lost, during that transition. That's a very different conversation. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is a different conversation and one that we can have through this motion.
Yeah. And I guess just sort of finally, I want to understand a bit of sort of the efforts made in the last couple of years since the transition. How do we invest at all in the marketing and attracting tenants to fill some of those vacancies? Or is it just so bad that we actually cannot physically not house people, but house businesses?
So I would suggest that since we've taken over the property, we pretty quickly came forward with council with our report around strategy moving forward, whether we would retain the building and or look to dispose of it and come back to council. So from our current perspective, we haven't been actively looking to market the space until such time that we were moving along these lines and had clarity around whether there was going to be a sale or not. But in the interim, though, anytime we've been approached by different groups that have been seeking space, we have been working with them and trying to work towards agreements that are in alignment with the previous agreements that EEDC had been managing, which is roughly a 3-year term and on a month-to-month basis that provides both tenants and the landlord flexibility in the sense of how they continue to grow in the space.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright?
Hi, thank you. I just have a couple questions in regards to the restricted covenant. Does that apply to all the buildings in the park, or is it just the city-owned?
It does apply to all the buildings.
To all of them? Okay. And I think you'd mentioned 50% have to be dedicated to the research?
No, it's a minimum of 15% of the use of any facility would need to be focused on research purposes in alignment with the permitted uses in the area.
15.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I have. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. And that restrictive covenant will stay in place, right, regardless of the transaction?
That's correct.
Got it. Okay, good. All right, so that concludes our questions. We have a motion on the floor and moved by Councillor Knack on behalf of Councillor Tang. So I'll go to council members if they want to briefly speak to this. We have 7 minutes before we take a break. We have a few other items to deal with after that. So seeing
Mr.
that.
Mayor, point of order.
Yes.
Just the process question, clarification. And so we have motion on the floor right now, and we deal with
on 7.1.
Yeah. So we still have motion for 6.6,
Yes,
right?
we will come
so
to
we have
that.
to deal with two of them.
We are dealing with 7.1 now, and once we deal with that, we'll come back to 6.5. No, 6.6, sorry, 6.6. Okay. All right, so ready to vote? Councillor Tang, you want to close this? Or maybe I'll go quickly. I just want to thank everyone who made your presentations today. Thank you for engaging with us and really bringing the focus back on where the focus should have been, which is economic growth, fostering innovation, and really creating and continue to enhance that ecosystem that has existed in the research park. So I really want to appreciate that, and also want to thank Olagos Sabikan, Mr. Olagos Sabikan, for sharing your stories with us and perseverance. And I encourage you to absolutely get involved in the some of the governance structure of the innovation ecosystem in Edmonton, because your story could benefit many more players in the system, and also inspire many other people that might be going through the same struggles that you went through. So thank you so much, and look forward to the work of administration on this motion. And I'll go to Councillor Rice next.
I just will very quick speech. First, I want to thank Councillor Tam bringing this motion come out, and then as myself is a stronger belief in how economic development is important for our cities. So I'm looking forward and this work come back and this engagement come back and provide the options and actions and how we can leverage our Edmonton Research Park as a technology innovation hub, and then including so many like life science research and other type of development, and to support our city's economic growth and recovery. I will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Again, thank you to all the speakers who came out to share your stories. I've heard a lot of them, but I think every time you talk about your experiences, it's always super compelling and powerful. The research park is a really valuable asset in our ward. But not only in this ward, it is citywide, and I think it's actually a really important, resource we have in the city in terms of our transition to a knowledge and innovation-based economy. And I know we talked a lot about visions today. I think I hear a lot of that from the various entrepreneurs who have really presented today. And this motion really gets at what is the city's vision for this valuable resource we have. And then I'll just speak for myself. My vision for this area has always been, I want to see the Southeast to be a hub for life sciences, for R&D, for pharmaceutical manufacturing, given all that is happening right now. And I think as long as we are the landlord of these properties, this will always be a real estate conversation, quite frankly. And I think a lot of the pieces that we've talked about today don't necessarily require us to own the property. I think right now, because we don't know what those possibilities are, that is our only option that we're looking to. And I think this motion opens up those options and opens up those possibilities. There are so many different stories in the various cities that's already been discussed, but also that's about incentives, so that is about granting, it's about partnership. So the intention here isn't necessarily to stop the sale, but I think it is important for everyone who shared today to bring those experiences forward. And, I've also, throughout this journey, I've heard a lot about people feeling over the years, the research part has really been overlooked, I will say. You have companies and businesses that are contributing millions of dollars to Edmonton's economy, but we never hear, we rarely hear about those success stories. And that is happening. And I've put a lot of efforts into this. I want to see the companies, I want to see this whole area be put on the map in the province, but also in the country and also internationally. I know we have companies in this park that's already doing that, but we need a cohesive vision and a cohesive voice. And that is really the intent of what I've put forward in this. And as some have already alluded to, innovation doesn't just happen downtown or in our post-secondary. It is all over the city. And this motion focuses on actions and options. I'm not asking for us to take a whole bunch of time and develop a strategy and then go into an action plan, et cetera, et cetera. I want things to happen now. I want to see these buildings, filled. And I want to be able to support, or I want to see the city play that supporting role, rather than trying to fill all those roles that maybe we don't always do a really good job on. So, I'm very appreciative of my colleagues today for your support. But I just want to be very clear about kind of the intention of this, and what it is that I think this can accomplish for not only the ward, but also for the city, for the region, and for the province. And so, yes, okay, I am done. Thank you all very much, and thank you again for all of you who came out to speak on this. And I look forward to working with you on an ongoing basis.
Thank you, Councillor Tang, and thank you for all your hard work on this file. All right, so let's vote.
Just confirming that the intent is to keep the attachment 3 in private as well for item 7.1. So we're just going to add that to the bottom of the motion, if that's all right.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay, please vote.
We have 4 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we need to move the recommendation on 6.6.
So moved.
Councillor Knack. Any questions? 1, 2, 3. Seeing none, please vote.
We have 4 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and we will be back at 3:46. Right? All right, I would like to call this meeting back to order. And Councillor Knack, if you could move a motion to bring 6.6 forward, 6.5.
6.5, I am going to move that we bring forward 6.5.
Okay, please vote.
We have 4 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and also I'll move that we add Mr. Andrew Samia, additional speaker from the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses to 6.5. So we have additional speaker. I'll move that. Please vote.
It's just on its way. We have 4 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, and over to administration. Is there a presentation on this item?
There isn't. I just have some opening comments, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So this is a report that responds to a request from Council to bring back policy and procedure related to any opportunities to provide financial assistance during major construction. The policy and program provided for committee's information is broadly based on the program in Montreal. The policy and procedure presented can be implemented and can be used to frame a grant program that would address concerns of negative impacts that can occur as a result of major construction. However, we believe that doing so comes with some risk that needs to be considered. One of the largest risks with a financial assistance program is that it compensates for losses and being able to make a causal link between the loss and the construction activity. Under this program, losses over a predefined threshold are eligible for assistance regardless of the cause. The other risk relates to our ability to validate financial information and provide appropriate oversight and financial stewardship of the operating dollars to support that. While program controls can be put in place to address these risks, the costs may outweigh the benefits. I would also add the nature of this type of financial assistance program is reactive because it provides assistance after the losses occurred. And I do want to also highlight that we appreciate that certainly when major construction projects take place, there's an impact, but administration does a lot of work to support businesses, these include engagement during the project planning, as well as providing notices to businesses during construction. Every effort is made to maintain access to businesses, including providing clear signage. Bulletins are provided. Contact information is provided for our on-site project management staff. And we typically stage construction to continue to maintain accesses to businesses and regularly consult with property owners around access disruptions and minimizing them as much as possible. We've also tried to improve on providing additional wayfinding to support businesses when they are adjacent to a construction zone. So with that, we'll happily step down and allow the speakers to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'll go to speakers now. We have Marnie Suter, remote. Marnie, you there?
I am here.
Thank you. And Todd James, remote. Todd, you there?
I am, Your Worship.
Thank you. And Andrew Samia?
I am here, Your Worship.
God, thank you, everyone. So I will go to Marnie. You all have, let me explain the process. Every one of you will have 5 minutes to speak. And once you are done with you're all remote, so I would encourage all of you to have your timer on, because we would not go beyond 5 minutes. So conclude your remarks within 5 minutes. And after that, committee members and council members may have questions to you. Okay? All right, and I'll go to Marnie Suter.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. My name is Marnie Suter, and I'm here to share perspective on behalf of the Edmonton Downtown Business Association, as well as those of myself as a small business owner. I am a current director of the board for the EBDA, and I do co-own and manage a local community cafe that's located in the heart of the quarters downtown. A business that has been significantly impacted by a multitude of major construction projects in the downtown core. I also sit on the board for Access, Edmonton's Indigenous Business and Professional Association, and we have members as well that have been affected. Before I speak to the matter at hand, I would like to just take a moment to personally thank the City of Edmonton for its contribution to revitalizing local artists in the city, and in particular to the recent support of the Dead Ends Live Music Festival this past weekend. Mayor Sohi, it was great to see you briefly at the event. And a big thank you to you and all of council for the participation and attendance that you have at many, many events. Now to the business at hand. As a business owner, I can tell you that construction, while it's understood from the overall strategic perspective, it's essential to the vitality of the city, and in this instance to vibrancy downtown. Its impacts have been at the expense of small business. Many of them are now unable to sustain the results of lengthy build-outs, business disruptions, and substantial financial hardship. Businesses have been through unprecedented challenges over the last 3 to 4 years. Economic downturn, a global pandemic, just to name a couple. So then when you layer on the impacts of major construction, it's really like pulling the intravenous tube out of a patient that's in the middle of an operation. I speak from firsthand experience, having struggled through the LRT expansion, the Jasper Avenue beautification projects, both on Jasper Avenue and right in front of our little cafe on 97th Street, a full road closure. In my opinion, and one that's shared by many of my business colleagues, the city and its construction partners need to take a much more holistic approach to the planning of such initiatives and factor these impact costs into budgets and planning practices. Now, I'll close by some comments that come specific from the Edmonton Downtown Business Association. Small businesses who rely on physical, in-person foot traffic are essential to the tourism economy and downtown Main Street vibrancy. These types of businesses are already facing tremendous barriers to be viable and successful in this new post-Amazon, post-COVID economy. The negative impacts of major construction are more devastating now than they ever have been before. Beyond just supporting and helping these small businesses survive major construction, our hope is that by quantifying and compensating for those economic losses resulting from construction projects, the costs of our local economy can become part of the math that gets factored into project planning and decision making around how we as a city approach and phase out the work that goes with major construction projects. That concludes my comments, and I'll be open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Todd James. Don James.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Todd James, and I'm the Executive Director of the Stony Plain Road Business Association. We're located in the Jasper Place District in central West Edmonton, and we represent about 530 diverse businesses. Our organization has some concerns about the process around financial grants and administrative costs that is presented in this report. although we appreciate the need for risk management when dealing with public funds. I would like to spend a moment of time today talking a little bit about our process. As many of you know, Stony Plain Road is located on Stony Plain Road between 140th to 170th Street. So we'll be deeply impacted by a significant infrastructure development project, the Valley Line West, which is occurring. Over the last 2 years of the pandemic, it has really reinforced to us that business owners are smart, they're entrepreneurs, and they're adaptive, and that they can pivot and make their own decisions that are best for them, their staff, and their clients. And over the last year and a half with the City of Edmonton and Marigold Infrastructure Partners, which is an organization that will be building the Valley Line West, we've worked really hard to provide as much notice and clarity to businesses to make their own decisions, which we feel is really important. And we are well aware of the concerns within our area and in the past of the impact that a short-term gain for the greater good is provided. Although, as Ms. Suter mentioned, on top of a pandemic, on top of supply chains and many other things, that becomes a very weighty additional feather on their backs. I won't go into the Groat Valley Bridge on 102nd Avenue or the Valley Line Southeast, but there were significant impacts to a number of businesses. I would like to thank administration for bringing this forward, and certainly Councillors Knack and Paquette, who originated the inquiry a long time ago. I would like to suggest that or propose a program that offers targeted, limited support to businesses affected by major construction and infrastructure. A project that I feel would fit better with the spirit of a business-friendly Edmonton. This would include such things as property tax rebate and credits to affected businesses, and a third-party coordination of time-specific funding managed by organizations like a BIA or perhaps developers or property owners in designated areas. And that could be used for enhanced marketing, communications, event pop-ups, activation, and some other things that would breathe new life and safety into construction zones. Mr. Laughlin talked about enhanced wayfinding and beautification, signage and activation. We feel that whatever model comes up, and there should be a model, that it be situated with the money in advance of the project and it stays in place until that project is completed. It should not be about a rebate program a year or more after the project starts, when businesses are even further traumatized or completely closed. I think it's important for us to look at localizing economic development within community development and in a more scalable and direct service model. This program should be really about city building in a wholesome approach. And I think with the wisdom of this new council and the pivots that we've seen from earlier discussions today, I would hope that council is open to bringing this forward to full council and supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Andrew Semia.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to Councillor Knack for your invitation to speak with the Executive Committee today on this particular draft policy. As the Mayor mentioned, I'm Andrew Senya, and I'm the Senior Policy Analyst at the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. The CFIB represents 95,000 independently owned and operated businesses across Canada, 9,300 in Alberta, and approximately 2,000 in Edmonton. As a nonpartisan organization, our members set our policy direction, gathered through surveys, making us leaders in grassroots understanding of small businesses. Just a couple of important things to highlight. Despite 78% of small businesses in Alberta fully open, only 30% of these businesses are making normal sales. In the CFIB's Alberta Municipal Survey conducted prior to the last municipal election, when asked in the municipality where your business is located, of which of the following areas would you like to see improved to help your business succeed, 40% of Edmonton small business owners stated that they would like to see a construction mitigation plan implemented. As you can see, small businesses continue to feel the negative impacts of the pandemic, and it is estimated that most Alberta businesses will require more than a year to fully pay off their debt. With these numbers in mind and construction season upon us, the CFIB is pleased to see a draft policy being presented by Councillor Knack, and with the hope that it is adopted by Council. As mentioned in the documents, the draft policy before Council is modeled after the City of Montreal's financial assistance program, for which the CFIB played an active role in. Some of the recommendations that were adopted by Montreal City Council was derived from CFIB's report, Paving a Smoother Road, Helping Small Businesses Survive Infrastructure Work, that was released in 2018. This report found that since 2012, as many as 65,000 businesses have been seriously affected by infrastructure projects that has often resulted in the businesses being forced to borrow money, relocate, or close down altogether. Even short-term projects can have lasting consequences on business viability. In that report, the CFIB recommended the following: a compensation program to assist businesses taking major hits over an extended period, a no-surprise rule to ensure fair warning to local businesses so that they can properly prepare, a comprehensive plan or a one-dig approach to avoid multiple disruptions, an improved contracting process, including an integrated mitigation provision and a bonus or penalty system, especially for early or late completion of the project, and a dedicated business liaison officer with managerial authority to improve direct communication with affected businesses. While the policy before Council today addresses the financial compensation component, there are additional policy levers that City Council can employ to strengthen construction mitigation. The CFIB would like to thank Councillor Knack for putting the policy forward and hope it will be adopted by Edmonton City Council.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your presentation, and I'll go to council members for questions. Just wait, here we go. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks everyone for joining today. Mr. Senya, I wanted to ask, from your experience and any research you've done in the Montreal example, because I think your organization had been very active in that push. Do you have any sense or any information about the sort of administrative cost of that? I know our report seems to suggest that there could be a higher cost. I'm not sure that materialized to the same extent in Montreal, but just wanted to get a sense if you have that data or not.
I unfortunately do not have that data on the administrative cost.
Okay, that's all right. Yeah, and I mean, it's something we'd have to watch, but wanted to just get a sense there. I think maybe to you, Mr. Janes, and I wanted to ask you this, and I think what I've heard from you is you would prefer potentially something more upfront, even for a variety of the reasons you've shared. I think one of the reasons that this version came forward is because we do have one other city that has been doing this, so we've been able to learn a little bit from them, and so I guess I just wanted to ask the question, recognizing your preferred approach, is this better than nothing in your mind? and I don't mean that so simply, but this might be a good starting point for us, and then evolve over time as we see how this works here before going into something like that. So I wanted to get your sense of that.
I feel that's a bit of a leading question because...
Well, it is, because, I mean, being frank, I don't think we have the time or resources or a lot of the other things to try to build a new program that is more proactive. So, but I wanted to make sure that if I were to make a motion, which I'm planning on, to approve this policy, that you feel that this would still be beneficial to businesses, even if it's not your ideal situation.
Of course, it's beneficial, Councillor. I think part of the problem, though, is that we need to reduce barriers to people around this. And even in the report, it identified that it's, after the fact. I think if we're building a localized economy, locality and specificity is essential for that, meaning that we should have something that works hand in hand with various city departments to build something. It should not just be a punitive flaming hoop that people need to jump through.
Yeah.
It should be hand in hand, development with support.
Absolutely, yeah, and just for some, it was not easy to get us to even this point. The motion that led us to this point originally failed from council last term, and then it was revisited a year later. And so part of frankly, my biggest worry is that if we wait and try to go develop something new, when we do at least have a model to work from, which is the Montreal example, in my mind, it feels better to at least start with this and then continue to evolve and work on the things that you've talked about, but have something to start with. And that's...
I think that would be fair. I'm sure Stony Plain Road would be more than willing to be a pilot project, similar to like the Cornerstone projects or something else,
Fair enough.
if we were to test it.
Perfect. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. And thanks for the additional suggestions. And thanks, Ms. Suter. I don't have any questions for you, but thank you for sharing as well.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thanks very much. Really, yeah, I just want to dig in a little bit more because I think my inclination is also towards maybe like a property tax rebate approach just for simplicity. But just wondering from the business perspective, I don't know, Mr. Senya, if you wanted to speak to it, just, why Montreal that way in terms of having to sort of prove the loss versus a flat rate type or, property tax based approach?
For sure. We don't have a specific preference as an organization. It just so happened that Montreal instituted a compensation a compensation policy. So we don't have a specific preference.
Okay, thank you. That actually really helps clarify. I know we're running short on time, but really appreciate all the perspectives that were shared this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I might respond to that question or bring a bit of a different perspective, Councillor Stevenson, property tax rebates would certainly be helpful for a landlord, but what about a tenant, someone that is renting the space, those that are actually experiencing the financial drain as much as, or perhaps more than the landlord?
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that point, and it's one line of questioning I want to follow up with administration on, because you're absolutely right. The businesses are impacted. Landlords, yeah, there's definitely some nuance there. I appreciate you flagging that.
Thank you so much, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I will be very quick as well. So thank you all and taking time come here to share your experience, your challenge, and in the past 3-4 years. And I do believe that local business and for our city and it's so important and to support our economic recovery. And then my question is about, yes, this is a financial assistance program and provide some supports and then to you. I know maybe this is not just big enough and to support you and due to some loss and you had. And then from that perspective, and then I heard Ms. Suter talked about some planning and specifically and for cities, a big project. I understand, and then even from small business perspective, our customers and then experience same challenge if they want to support our small business. And do you have any insights or more thoughts on that? And then in terms of how this big, major infrastructure projects impact our local business?
I believe that question might be directed to myself, and again, just the experience that we had at the Nook with respect to the 97th Street closure. We have some very, very loyal customers that will move heaven and earth to support us. But when there is no way in or out, or that route is so cumbersome that it just simply doesn't make sense, we no longer have that option. We are a business that has pivoted time and time and time again through the last 3 to 4 years, and have essentially done all we can. But with that project specifically cutting off pretty much all of the parking and all of the traffic, not just vehicle traffic, but foot traffic into our cafe, it was virtually impossible.
Thank you. That is why I brought this point out, that because I heard so many of my constituents complain about how difficult to even go to the coffee shop and go to some local shop to buy something. And then thank you for sharing that. And I think this program, and then we're actually to demonstrate our city considering what's the impact and result from the infrastructure major project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Once again, thank you so much, everyone, for your presentations. We absolutely understand and get it that there's impact of construction on businesses, and we'll try to figure out the best way and the most efficient way we can help, right? So I don't know what that looks like yet, right? But I think we hear your call for support. Good. Thank you so much for being here. And we'll go to administration for questions. So, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I actually don't have any questions. I'm ready to make a motion.
We'll go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the motion is simply that Executive Committee would recommend to City Council that the draft financial loss policy during major constructions, as set out in Attachment 1 of the March 23rd, 2022 IIS report, be approved. And I'll spend a bit of time introducing it, recognizing folks will have questions. So, quick history. First brought this motion and it failed miserably at Council during last term. Well, it was like a 9-4 vote, so it was pretty close to miserably failed. And brought forward, the original motion was to immediately jump to the creation of a policy. And appreciating that Council maybe wasn't supportive of that at the time, it was interesting noting the day after that motion failed, Montreal announced their creation of their policy. So they beat us to it.
You should have waited a week.
I should have waited a week. I brought it forward a year later in a slightly different method. I said because what I brought forward a year later had asked for an analysis of how things have been going in Montreal, knowing that they have now had that in place for a year. And I felt strongly about it because, and there's this question that was asked a bit earlier from Councillor Stevenson about why this approach, and I really like this approach because it does a couple of things. One, and while I appreciate the proactiveness that Mr. James was talking about, I do trust our administrative staff who are doing these construction projects to do everything possible to try to minimize the impact to businesses. That is their objective from the very start. There are times, extenuating circumstances that arrive where things don't go the way we wanted. Think about the bended beams on Grote Road as a perfect example. And then the subsequent impact that had. And so having a policy like this does require a bit of work of that business, but they have to prove that they have lost business because of the work that is being done, and it has to be in a meaningful way. And so I actually do think there is value in having it set up this way versus a proactive rebate, because not every business will be impacted during construction. Not every business, not every construction project will have an impact to business in the way that they might fear. And so recognizing administration isn't still super keen on this, as per the report, I would say, I think this is the best way to ease into that work. And I think it is time, and we've heard that from these speakers, we've heard it from other members of the business community, that there should be something in place to help deal with those extreme circumstances. Again, not recognizing this should happen every single construction project, it shouldn't. But where you have these really large projects where you have something that goes on for a number of years, and where you can prove that that has actually had a measurable impact on the sales of the business, I do think it's important to do this. So that's why once the report came back last term, council did agree, after refusing it the first time and being hesitant to support it the second time, council did approve of, the motion to draft this policy. And I think because of how the Montreal example went, we had something more concrete to base off that. And so I think recognizing there's a lot of new councillors here, and so for some of you this is going to be brand new and you're starting fresh today, I wanted to share some of that history about why we're here, how we got here, and why I think this is the right starting point. Is it going to be perfect? No. Will we likely have to refine it? Of course. But the last thing I'll share in terms of the history is what was really fascinating from the Montreal example is that Montreal had set aside $25 million originally. They thought this, there was a risk that there was going to be a huge, huge cost. And in fact, it didn't cost what they thought it would. It turned out it was not this massive impact financially to the city, but it allowed them to help deal with some very local issues on some very specific construction projects. So again, I'm just looking to see if we can have one more piece to the puzzle to help our business community when they're dealing with significant construction in and around their area. So that's the introduction. Happy to take questions as we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much for that overview, Councillor Knack. And I think, again, I think you're right. We could probably spend some time teasing out the really fine details of this, but appreciating the history, appreciating, I share your perspective that we need to start something, particularly knowing that we have a huge infrastructure project coming. Certainly supportive of this motion and don't want to derail this in any way. So I'll keep my questions fairly narrow to administration. I was just wondering, are there opportunities to capitalize these costs in project costs, capital planning?
I'd look to Ms. Padbury. I don't believe so. I think this is viewed as a grant, not anything that can be capitalized. Stacey?
That's correct. The accounting rules only allow for you to capitalize the costs directly attributable to the construction of a project and anything required to get it into service.
Okay, and so the distinction with sort of like expropriation of lands or other compensation with that type of construction impact, that can be capitalized just because it's directly related to the delivery of that infrastructure, as opposed to this, which is sort of like a bit of a one step removed, I guess.
Yeah, and when you're expropriating property, you're actually compensating for the and receiving property in return.
Okay, thank you. I was also just a bit confused by some of the specifics around which businesses were and weren't included. So like massage companies were excluded. Also just wondering this question around sort of the building owner who may have vacancies resulting from the construction versus, the actual businesses. So is the intent really about sort of those ground-oriented, active street front sort of businesses? Or, just what are the parameters around the businesses that were selected and not selected?
So I'll ask actually someone it's our first committee meeting, Jennifer Hibbard. She joined us recently. She's in our IAS department, and she can provide the explanation on that. I will, before turning it to her, in terms of who, it would be within a certain vicinity of the project, and it would be adjacencies to the construction site. So we don't think this window for eligibility would expand beyond that. Jennifer, do you want to add on the why certain businesses and not others?
Yeah, and so in terms of the nature of the businesses that are included, we certainly did refer to the Montreal policy to take some guidance from the work that they had done there as well. But it really is intended that the policy focus on those businesses that rely on that physical in-person attendance of their customers and patrons to generate their revenues for their businesses. So that's what the policy is intended to focus on. Where there's exclusions, many of those types of businesses. So real estate agencies or some professional services firms are listed there that don't have that same degree of reliance on in-person attendance of customers.
I guess it just seems like this does believe in the presence of customers, but is it, yeah, sorry, can you just walk me through that?
Can you repeat your question, Councillor Stevenson, because it did not come out clear?
Apologies. I guess, so I follow that rationale that, you know, you need the presence of customers for your business to be successful. It seems like massage therapy, you know, you kind of absolutely need your clients there to operate your business. So just a bit unclear on that reasoning.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely take a look at the massage therapy exclusion, but it was because it's a professional service, so many of the services that are excluded fall in that professional services category. And so it's just seen a little bit differently compared to retail or the other types of customer-oriented businesses, certainly, that would be included under the policy.
Okay, and then again, and I apologize for a bit of chaos on my end right now if I missed this, but just that question of, again, sort of landlords who may have commercial buildings that have vacancies as a result of construction, would they fall in under the eligibility requirements?
This is where, so Councillor Knack alluded to our concern with this program is that this is where it becomes challenging for us to be able to evaluate these different scenarios. And in fact, if council does want to pursue this, I think there is, and if we're given the latitude, there is a potential for us to look at in a way that is, to Mr. Jan's point, as quick as possible, and that the evaluation is less intensive, because we could get into many situations where it's very difficult to quantify one over the other. And noted it in my opening comments that there are many factors that contribute to business impacts.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I really hear those points, and this is certainly not a simple endeavor, but as Councillor Knack was saying, I agree. I think it's worth starting down this track and then working out those and refining that as we move forward. But it's a really worthwhile endeavor. So thank you, Councillor Knack, for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Is this grant program is annually based or is only one time?
It would be meant to be an ongoing for major construction projects, so an annual program.
Okay, so it is ongoing. Thank you.
During the construction.
Yeah, during the construction of a project in an area, but this isn't specific to one project. So
there is no ending
program.
There is no ending time specific included in the policy, just based on the completion date of the project.
Correct. Unless we stop major construction projects in the city, which I don't think we're going to do. The intent would be to continue along with major construction.
So if that is the case, and in terms of funding source, and so which source we will use for this grant? And so I have one idea and behind this, and because the major capital project for the city and usually and will have portion the funding from federal government or provincial government. So if we're going to provide this grant is only from the source or city funded, or is it possible for the source and from different order of the government, and then give the factor of the capital major projects funded by 3 orders of government. I'm asking administration, but thank you, Councillor Knack, and if you want to answer us, okay.
Yes. Sorry, is that question for administration?
Yeah.
Unlikely to be eligible through grant programs from federal or provincial government, so this would be a city cost. And as part of developing the policy, we would actually maybe help with the motion. We would actually have to identify a funding source. So our recommendation is that it would be part of the 23 to 26 budget discussion.
Okay. So do you have the estimated number and possibly how much cost could, and from like operational like budget?
we don't have a number set in mind. And if council approves this motion, between now and bringing the budget, we'd maybe just to Councillor Stevenson's question, create some more specifics around where this would be applied and the values that we would anticipate for council's consideration. So I wouldn't say we have a number now, just because of the variability of the program.
Okay, thank you. Is there any specific reason why the next scheduled review for this policy is March 2025?
It's a standard, I believe it's a standard date that we put in our policies related to the timing on when they should be reviewed, just around good policy governance. So we prepared it on the basis of an approval and a timeline review.
So this is a new program, right? And so I did say in the reports we need 2 FTEs for this new program.
So if council does support the policy, and just alluding to some of the administrative requirements of reviewing financial information from the businesses, assessing whether it's related to the construction impact or another impact, verification, it does require auditing, so to speak, of financial information, and so it does require resources to complete that work. We don't have staff that are readily available and with capacity to take this on.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I do support this policy draft, and thank you, Councillor Knack, and to bring this in and introduce the history. Just one comment regarding the few months experience as a new councillor. It seems like every time and the new program come in, and we will have a new FTE request. So is this the only way we can bring new programs, or is there any different way we can do some explore and then from that efficiency, service delivery efficiency perspective we discussed earlier? I do understand, and our city has 73 business, 9 of the business, and we have limited resources and provided this support for the new programs. And then just from public perspective, is every time and when public say new program, new service coming, we request new FTs. And so I don't want our public perceive and we keep request that. I just want to put a comment there, but I really appreciate this work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor
If I could respond to that
quickly,
Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, quickly, yeah.
This is a new program. We don't have resources that are readily available, so it becomes a choice discussion for council. If they don't want the program to go forward, if they want the program to go forward and they don't want to provide the resources to execute the program, then it's around choices around what services would you choose to stop in order to advance the services that you would like. So
and we will have that discussion when we approve the policy when we approve the budget associated with that as part of budget discussion, right?
That's right.
Good.
Part of, and Ms. Padbury can speak to this more eloquently than I, but that's part of priority-based budgeting and confirming where the priorities are for council.
Okay, good. Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Knack for bringing this forward and bringing it forward a couple times. Happy we get to discuss it now. So just a few questions. I'm wondering, when I hear major construction projects, I guess I'm looking for a little clarity as to what the parameters are when we talk about major. I'm just thinking, I spoke with a BIA today where businesses are experiencing some losses due to work that's being done by EPCOR, for example, that's been ongoing. And I'm just trying to understand how far-reaching this could potentially be. And maybe that's a conversation for later on, but Mr. Laughlin, do you have any thoughts on that?
Thank you. The way we would define major construction projects are multi-year. that include front-facing impact. I don't like to use the word impact because the end product is a benefit. A disruption for an extended period of time that's realized by front-facing businesses. So my strong recommendation is that for state of repair projects, renewal projects, those sorts of initiatives, that we wouldn't consider this. These are the large civil entire right-of-way type of projects that consume the right-of-way for an extended period of time, likely beyond 2 to 3 years.
Great. Okay, I appreciate the clarity there. And then just to some of our speakers, they pointed out sort of that reactive versus proactive approach. On the proactive front, when it comes to things like wayfinding, signage, promotion, even supporting pop-up events, do we do any of that now?
From a wayfinding perspective, we are, I wouldn't say we're perfect, but we're working hard to improve on that, to ensure that as part of the construction signage that we're including wayfinding, including those requirements on our contractors. In terms of pop-up events, I don't believe that we directly involved in that, but certainly if a business improvement area identified a desire for that, we would do our best to support, both from the city's perspective and from encouragement to our contractor to attend pop-up event. And, not written, but in these instances where we are impacting local businesses, there's a strong encouragement to the contractors, those that are on site, to use those businesses while they're there. So if they're adjacent to a restaurant, to have their site meeting in the restaurant and order a meal while they're there. So those are some of the softer things we do, but we're continuing to improve. And in the case of Valley Line West, a learning that we've had from other projects is that we have a liaison for the project that deals with the stakeholders along the line, not only the city of Edmonton, but the contractor does as well.
Okay, great. Yeah, and that was, I think Mr. Senya was talking about that dedicated business liaison. So that's similar role then?
I mean, defining business liaison is difficult for me. I would say construction liaison or project liaison.
Okay. Okay, well, I appreciate that. And then just last question. Just want to hone in on wayfinding in particular. I know in our downtown, one of the sort of common things that I've heard over the years is just the maintenance of the pedestrian connections and the accessibility of sidewalks and signage that goes along with that. Have we gotten to the point where that's actually written in now for our construction agreements?
Specifically the wayfinding?
Well, the wayfinding and the sort of maintenance of pedestrian thoroughfares and sidewalks to make sure that that's not inaccessible.
What we identify is traffic provisions within our contracts that require a certain level of service, and they're required to obtain an OSCAM permit. Shoot, I'm forgetting what the acronym stands for, but the permit to be able to do the work on the roadway. And in that, it would include requirements for maintaining certain types of access. But there is actually a report coming related to that shortly that we can talk more about that.
Great, I'll watch for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So we have 23 minutes and we have 2 more items to conclude. And I would like to get this item done in next 5 to 7 minutes. If it's possible, Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, and you may not have the answer, but in the past couple of years, did we see any effect on the impact of construction, the intensity or the duration that this had on businesses in Montreal? Like, just from maybe a Montreal city perspective, were they like, well, since we're going to be compensating a little bit, maybe we can figure out a way to have less impact on the businesses in this area with our construction?
I'll see if Ms. Hibbert has any details related to the findings in Montreal. I don't believe so.
Or would it be the opposite? Well, we're compensating them, so, you know, kind of a blank check here.
Ms. Hibbert?
Yeah, we don't have any information about adjustments that Montreal might have done around the planning of their infrastructure project. It's not information that we gathered from them. We gathered some basic information just about the delivery of the program and the experience they had around delivering the program to businesses, but not around adjustments that they themselves might have made to their planning.
Okay. Would it be cumbersome to just sort of keep tabs on that if this motion passes and this program goes forward?
We can keep tabs on it, certainly, Councillor Paquette. The one thing, if I could add, it came up related to incentivizing the contractor. Mm-hmm. That is something that we do. So a bit related to your point, is it the policy that does it, or is it the contract? And in the case of these major projects, we do have incentives built in. Lane rentals, they're charged. Contractors are charged a certain amount per day for the lanes being closed. So there are incentives built in to encourage expeditious work.
Okay. All right. And to the mover, in your mind, this is just financial compensation, but it doesn't really do anything about the actual disruption of the construction. Is that right?
That's correct, because that is work of our administration and our partners who help do the projects, which I think they already focus on.
I mean, I asked that. I kind of already know the answer because I worked with you on this, but but it's just something to keep in mind that there is another aspect to this conversation I'm sure Council will be addressing at some point in the future. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I would love to see committee pass this motion. It's a very, very good step forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have motion on the floor. I think Councillor Knack, your opening remarks or explanation was enough for closing as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, good. All right. Okay, let's vote, please.
We have 4 votes.
Display the votes. Here we go. That's a significant improvement from 9-4 to unanimous support.
We'll see what happens at council.
Well, you know, it's a good start. All right, okay. All right, now we go to our next item, the 6.3 Edmonton Strathcona County Footbridge Environmental Impact Assessment and Site Location Study. And next one is also environmental impact assessment study. And first one was exempted by Councillor Rice, so we'll go to that one first. And I will really request that we focus our questions on the environmental impact and site location study only, and because other questions, budget questions, other questions have been already answered, or there will be a budget opportunity to ask us on that. So Councillor, and that's for both items. So Councillor Rice, I'll go to you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Actually, I only have one question.
Go ahead.
Without you saying that. So my question is actually to infrastructure. I understand, and for the environment impact assessment and also site location study, and based on the last conversation we had, and then for the trigger for this study to be done is a bylaw. And then is that only one reason? For last time when I selected that item is because that bridge location is in the boundary of River Valley bylaw. So is that the only trigger for us to move this work forward? Or is there any other reason and then for us to do this environment impact assessment and location study?
So this report's in front of you because it's directly related to the River Valley bylaw requirement. And as part of that, it requires an environmental impact assessment and site location study. For other projects, this project, other projects, if there is grant funding provided, sometimes that grant funding requires that we complete environmental impact assessments as well. So there could be multiple reasons, but in this case, it's specifically related to the project falling within the River Valley bylaw boundary.
Yes, and that I noticed this too, and even another one is exactly same bylaw and the same section. So good to know, and we have other triggers to get this work done. And so for the project, in which point, for the checking point, and for the project development, and we need to get this work done? Is it before funding approved, or is after funding approved?
The approval of the environmental impact assessment and site location study?
No, for this work to be done, and is before funding for project approved or after approved?
Before we do this work in the PDDM cycle, we do this either at checkpoint 3 or approaching checkpoint 3.
Okay.
So before construction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you. There was a question from the golf course in the area, the quarry, about the construction and the laydown yard, or at least the staging point, things like that. And they're worried about some disruption, I think, to their driving range. And I'm wondering if this environmental report covers, because I didn't see it at all. And so I guess really the question is, what would be the cost of to the quarry, and maybe you can answer this, but ballpark, to partner with the city, and would we even contemplate this, an augmentation of the footpath to enable the city to bring in equipment that way, or is that completely unsustainable and we couldn't do it?
Councillor, so we have been in discussion with the quarry golf course, and I think there was a meeting even this week. We continue to hear their concerns and work with them to find a solution towards ensuring that the golf course can continue to operate, minimize impacts that it would have to their users, as well as ensure that we are meeting environmental regulations and minimizing costs to the construction project. But I'll see if Natalie or Ali, our project manager, could speak with more details.
I'm going to ask that Ali chime in. There was a meeting actually held with the golf course this morning, so he has some of the latest information to share.
Hi, thank you, Natalie. So we have been working closely with the golf course. We've held 7 meetings to date, and have been addressing their concerns, and we continue to do so. They do have a few questions and things that we are looking into, and we're looking into that information and meeting with them even next week to continue that conversation.
Yeah, because it would seem to me that the only solution here, other than the one that has been presented, is if there was investment into a new environmental report and construction. That would have to be a shared cost, because we're accommodating that need beyond what is already feasible for the city, I would imagine. Is that about right?
I would say that we're still looking into the options with the golf course. We haven't defined the funding for things yet like that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm just thinking about the location, the logistics, and just I understand that you're in a really tough spot. So I don't know, Adam, you've been through a lot of these kinds of things. Any thoughts?
I think it's doing what we're doing, exactly what we're doing, which is continuing to work with the adjacent property owners. Yeah. Where there are pressures to gain access or lay down materials, that's another one that comes up regularly, is to continue to work with the adjacent partners. So it's one that I applaud our folks on, because they have tremendous ability to create those relationships and work through those. But certainly if we get into a situation where it needs additional input from council, whether it be through an EIA adjustment or a different budget consideration, we will certainly bring that back to council as quickly as we can,
Yeah, and
if
that
that is the
represents,
case.
if we were to do that, then my concern is that that would represent a cost to taxpayers, and that may not be something, you know, that is fairly contemplated to ask the rest of the city to accommodate, you know, in form of their taxes, a special, you know, sort of set of circumstances. So,
and certainly if we're challenged in terms of how we access, we do need to consider the impacts that has on adjacent stakeholders, and so that's the work that our folks do really well to try and get to a mutual outcome that's good.
Yeah,
for
we
both.
want the best outcome for everyone, but it also has to be fair to Edmonton taxpayers, I think.
And if I can chime in, at this point, we've done some great progress with the golf course over the past several meetings. We've come to a bit of a solution that does allow them to retain a significant amount of their driving range, or minimizes the impacts on the driving range. So I do think that we're getting to a point that we have a solution with them.
Okay.
Oh, that's great. Well, thank you very much. I'm out of time.
Thank you so much. Councillor Rice, would you like to move the recommendation?
Sure.
Good. So
Let me get.
Here you go.
I move that executive committee recommend to City Council that environment impact assessment and social and site location study for the Edmonton Strathcona County Footbridge project as set out in attachment 1 and 2 of March 23 and 2022 integrated infrastructure services reports IAS 00765 be approved. So that location of the footbridge and the river valley and be deemed essential and approved pursuant and to section 3.4.1 of the North Saskatchewan River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan Bylaws 7188.
thank you, Councillor Rice. Anyone don't see and speak, please vote.
We have the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, right?
Yes, carried.
Good, thank you. All right, 6.4, Councillor Knack, you exempted it, and please keep your questions focused on the environmental and location study.
I'll keep them so focused that I'll go to Councillor Cartmel, who I selected it
Oh,
for.
Councillor Cartmel,
That's how focused
go
I am
ahead.
today.
All right, Councillor Cartmel.
Well, watch this for focus. I can ask my questions offline, so just go right ahead. I'll catch up with Mr. Laughlin and Ms. Ledesser later. Thanks.
Good, thank you. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. First question, I didn't see in the assessment study, I didn't see any consideration of transportation alternatives to maintain connection. I was just wondering if that's something that's contemplated in the study, or is that subsequent?
Councillor Jans, that will be part of our planning work related to construction, but it doesn't involve the environmental impact assessment.
And thank you. And I just wanted to look at, I believe it is page 5 of the attachment about the risk assessment. When I see a 4 as likely and 4 worst case and 16 high, aging infrastructure will likely to fail. I'm just wondering on what scale is that? Is that again, I keep getting questions about could this be postponed, and I just wanted to get a question on the record about the urgency of this project.
So as the report kind of identifies, the urgency is very high. And from our perspective, the project needs to happen as soon as possible and per the planning. And the evaluation that's been done reinforces that need, as well as our experience operating and maintaining the site with the challenges that it presents at this time.
And finally, then, could you outline just the next steps for this? If this is approved here today, it goes to council, and then is there a subsequent vote on the park closure, or is that then now underway, shovels in the ground?
So if this is approved at council, this is part of the progression of the project. The next step would be formalizing the budget approval for at checkpoint 3 essentially to advance the project into construction, and the timing on closure is identified for spring of 2023. So the point at budget approval would be I wouldn't say final, but that's the direction from council to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just really quickly on the site location study, I hope I didn't miss this, but I'm just wondering, will the connection to the footbridge be maintained? Or is that going to be compromised as well?
So, Councillor Salvador, if your question is during construction, the plan is to maintain connections on the edges of the park and to the footbridge. As part of the rehabilitation plan, absolutely, we will be maintaining all connections and enhancing them to the footbridge.
Okay, so that will be maintained, like that'll be open, people will be able to use it during construction?
That is the objective, to have a bit of a, if I can call it, commuter kind of, so that it will allow people to access the footbridge from Emily Murphy Park, for example, or on the other side from the river.
Okay, that's perfect. That answers my question. I was just around sort of that active pathway commuter routes. I know a lot of people use that. That's really great to hear. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. I see no more questions, so
I don't know if we actually did the motion. I'll move the motion.
move the motion, Councillor Knack. We have 5 minutes. Somebody wants to speak to this?
No.
No.
I don't.
E-scribes just
so easy. What
reloading,
happened to
so
e-scribes?
we'll just need one moment.
Well, then I will speak. Let me tell you about. No, I'm not going to say it.
Oh my God, this is funny. This never happened before. It's blinking.
Scribe's done for the day. Look at it.
Strobe dance party.
We can vote on it anyways, right?
Can we just have 30 seconds so that way we
sure,
can
no problem.
hopefully display a vote? Okay, I think we're good to go now.
Okay, I'll please vote.
We have 4 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried 4-0. And that was our last item, Madam Clerk?
Correct.
Any notice of motions and motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned.